The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandit trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and I go it's hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy, and man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings. And thanks for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Crewman. We're joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Santori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Unfortunately, Lady Chill will not be joining us again. She's at the Dollhouse, and I'm at the Black House. And the show must continue. So this is Season 5, Episode 11, Part 3 of the Frontline Black News. And we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is why FBAs are the only ones Latinos in LA are calling upon to help them against ICE. FBAs in Los Angeles have plenty of reasons why they aren't getting involved in ICE protests. ICE will go into the bathroom stalls to arrest illegal immigrants for mass deportation. 700 Marines mobilized to LA amid rising tensions. Cuban woman says FBAs took our culture from them folks, even though they copy everything we create. Does Trump's feud with Musk change MAGA? Protesters rally in Aurora, Colorado against ICE and Trump administration.
And in Dallas, Texas, off the news wire right here, not interrupting you, Brother Che, but it's hot off the press. They are having protests in Dallas, TX as well.
Okay, so I wasn't done with the introduction. Local Denver Unhoused neighbor news and illegal migrant news. So those are the topics. Thank y'all for tuning in. Yeah, there's going to be protests in all other cities, Shabaka, yes.
And also, too,
yesterday that there was protests in New York.
Okay.
So, and these months are talking about they're going to do it in Denver as well. That's what they was talking about today.
Okay. And then also, too, Brother Che, I want to interject this in there. As we all know, that Sly Stone passed away today. He was 82 years of age.
Yes.
So shout out to Sister Rose if she's still alive. Shout out to Cynthia if she's still alive. And shout out to Larry Graham if he's still with us. Is because go ahead.
If you want to talk about that tomorrow on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, we can. But that's not on the topic list tonight. But yeah, I just see that in my news feed earlier that Sly Stone passed away at 82.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll put that there on tomorrow.
All right. So
and then also too, I want to add this here too, Brother Che. I don't know if it came across your desk, but my former Congresswoman and State Assembly Representative Maxine Waters was severely disrespected today in Los Angeles by ICE. So I hope that she enters some type of legislation or that funky ass Cory Booker, to introduce something on that day of how a federal employee is going to disrespect a member of the Congress. And Maxine Waters, she put in a lot of work, y'all. She put in a lot of work. She used to be my state assembly person before she went to the U.S. Congress. And she was also my congresswoman when I was residing in Los Angeles. Hey, twin. Okay, I'm sorry, Brother Che. Go ahead.
Yeah, Maxine Waters is been caping for the damn illegal Shabaka.
I know.
My sympathy for her only goes so far. She ain't doing nothing for Black people, and she has not done nothing for Black people in California in over 20 years, Shabaka. It's
Facts.
Like, Janet, what have you done for me lately? Nothing.
Yeah, so, facts. But the sisters is between 80 and 90 years old of age. So I'm looking at the Maxine Waters of the past, not the current Maxine Waters. And I want to clarify that.
Yeah, I get that, Shabaka, but we're talking about the current Maxine Waters. She ain't done to help Black people in the last 20 years.
Yeah, she needs to retire. The woman is almost 90 years old, Che. Yeah, but I agree with you on that. She ain't done shit for us lately, like Janet Jackson has said, which you are absolutely correct about. The Los Angeles Police Department has started bashing heads. Okay, they hooking and booking. The U.S. Marine Corps
No slack. None of these Democrats.
Yeah, they'll be there by tomorrow.
Yeah, I believe it.
Twin Towers is getting filled up. So if you got people out there, call up the Twin Towers. I forgot the number to it. Yeah, we used to have it wrote down, on a notepad just for general purposes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I got a series of clips to play. Let's finish up listening to Afro Elite. I don't know what the heck is wrong with our people, but Guns was putting on the cape for these goddamn illegals. We need to stand in solidarity with them. The fuck we do?
We don't. No, we don't. We can't do it no more. Like you said, for the years we've been acquainted, we can no longer cape for these other groups. Is because when we get killed by the police, when we get disrespected, and you should have seen the shit that I saw on social media arguing with some of these stupid ass motherfuckers. I'm just activating, deleting, block,
Yeah,
That's all I'm activating, man, because I'm getting too old to argue with stupid motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, but proceed, brother.
Yeah, I got a whole queue set up. Queue. But yeah, in case you've been sleeping on a rock or something, Day 3, day 4, the protests, anti-ICE protests continue in Los Angeles, California. The National Guard has been deployed, and also the Marines have been deployed as well.
Yeah, sure.
So the Latinos is one of them are calling for FBA to come to the rescue and aid them.
They are talking in mainstream media why we're not there. We got our own house to build. We got our own house to deal with.
Exactly.
We can no longer be caping for you other groups. And God damn it, as long as I'm still here, although I'm on borrowed time, I'm gonna stand on that square. You see? Fuck you other groups. You all benefited off of shit that we went up there and had the nightstick glide gracefully upside our motherfucking heads. And then when we go out here and protest with George Floyd and all that, with Rodney King, and I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. Trayvon Martin, brother Mr. Jean up there in Minnesota with that, who was that son of a bitch? They shot him and they hid him. Yanez. Killed that man. Killed that man in front of his wife and baby.
Yeah, that was my homeboy's cousin. They killed him.
Yeah, well, shout out, to his family. Our prayers are with him and Miss Diamond Reynolds, his widow. I hope that you're well, sister, and our condolences go with you for your loss.
Shabaki, you remember my friend Christian Mata?
Vaguely.
Because
wasn't we still with Mile High News at the time?
No, he came on when we started from Black News. He was on the second and third seasons.
Okay.
He was the physical brother, like he was always talking about the stars. He's like the astrological brother. That's his cousin. That was his cousin, Philando Castile.
Oh, man. Woo. Wow. Well, most definitely our most heartfelt condolences to him. You know what I mean? Also, too, as we all do know, June the 3rd marked the 8th year of the transition of Muhammad Ali. Yep. And let's see. And may he rest in power as well. Also, too, Los Angeles is under siege. They should have spread it to Dallas. You know what I'm saying? So down there with Governor Bud, old Governor Rolaids. See what he's gonna do.
Well, we already knew that was coming because Texas is number 2 in illegal immigration.
Yeah, great state, Texas. Yeah, great state there. Mm-hmm. And wasn't Texas the first one, Brother Che, to start the slave patrols?
No, South Carolina was.
Oh, okay.
The same. That's why they wear the same badge. Literally the same.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You'll pull it up, and now I gotta find it. 1001 windows open. But basically, they're like, "Where the FBAs? We would like to know where the FBAs are. Why the blacks are standing in solidarity with us? Because y'all motherfuckers told us to handle our own problems. That's what.
And that's what the fuck we're gonna do. Indefinitely. Indefinitely. Because we got too many in-house issues within ourselves to deal with. We cannot be going out here caping for these other motherfucking groups when they don't do shit for us. Say, they just benefit off of what we shed our blood for and got our brains bashed out with.
On another chat, oh my God, whose chat did you see?
Oh, Mac 285, tell that trick I said to go tell him some type of insult for me, man, and let me know what the insult is so I know what the insult is so I can say that I said it.
I found the clip, y'all. It's Uncle Phil. It says, why FBAs, Latinos in LA are calling upon the help.
Okay, I called Uncle Phil. You know, I got a text saying that this is Philip Scott, so I responded to it. I'm yet to hear from him.
Yeah, I sent him your number, Shabaki. You asked me to send him your number, so that's what I did.
Okay, it's all good. It's all good. He'll get with me when he gets with me. It's all good.
Have people in Los Angeles right now is calling for solidarity, and they're calling for the solidarity with Black America.
I already been through the great state.
But I want you to check out what these sisters have to say. But it's a group of people they're not calling for, and I got to bring that up. Let's go ahead and check this out.
I saw somebody talk about solidarity between minorities and how we need to stick together and put in the work together. If y'all don't stop trying to gaslight Black people, it's predominantly Black women, into doing work that they've been doing. That's for y'all. Here's a message. How about y'all stop being racist? Y'all trying to act like y'all haven't been racist in the past, and now it matters that we come together. Yes, we should come together and all that, but y'all not about to act like y'all wasn't acting like them other people for years. Get on. And the other reason I don't like this conversation is because it was trying to make it sound like Black people weren't trying to be in solidarity with other minorities. Like it was an equal thing that everybody was doing. Please, we've been on that type of time. It's just other people haven't been on that type of time.
Hey family, you see this comment by this Latino gentleman saying that they come in for them and next to coming for the African Americans? See, that's the heart of what a lot of these Latinos feel. That shows right there that they don't even care about us. Because why would you want someone else to go through what you're going through? But here's the gag. They're not ever going to do this to us again. Regardless of their motive for bringing our ancestors here, we were brought here. They wanted us here, regardless if it was for a selfish, ungodly reason. And then we built this very nation that they have benefited from. And here's the real gag, sir. We built the nation that you and your people now benefit from. So what will not and ever happen is them deporting us.
Right.
Because first, you got to know where you took us from and our ancestors from. Second of all, just like the natives, we have a right to be here. You understand? So my advice to you, focus on you and yours. Don't worry about the African American, the Black community, because I'm telling you, at the end of the day, we will stick together. And by any means necessary, if something jumps off and someone feels froggy and want to leap, trust and believe we are ready for it. But again, we sitting this one out. This is your fight. Now stop minding Black people's business.
Yeah, it's 2 points the sisters made. First of all, the first sister talking about solidarity. Okay. So the time for solidarity was when black folks was begging for a coalition. That was the time for solidarity. It's not that when you get in trouble, now you want it. Because see, that means it's fake at that point. And you only want it to benefit you. You really didn't really want it because, you'd have took it in peacetime. And that's just that simple. Of course, people always trying to gaslight black people, but it's not working. Even the folks tried that mess about, you can't just sit out and while democracy is doing this. Say, no. This so-called democracy upheld the folks. And it has never upheld us. But one thing I'm noticing, they're not asking for solidarity. Have you noticed that? They're not saying, where's the Asian immigrants at? Where are they? You notice that? Yeah. There's no calls for the Asians to be in solidarity with them. Why FBAs? Another group they're not asking for, and which is very interesting, they're not asking for the Afro-Latinos. Where are they at? Now, I'm going to tell you why the Afro-Latinos is not out there with them. And I didn't really know this till I really started paying attention for a long while on TikTok. So Afro-Latinos, they don't even want to recognize them as Latino. They could be born in Honduras, born in Panama, been there for centuries, right? Been in Mexico for centuries, and they don't even want to recognize them. When they speak Spanish to them, they're like, how did you learn Spanish? They act shocked that they can speak Spanish, and yet they've been in those homelands forever. They in Costa Rica, black people all over the place, all over the world, right? And they have been even anti-black to them, those who grew up in Latin America. And a lot of Latinos have even acknowledged that. So why would Afro-Latinos come out and protest with them when they have been this way? Now, I will say this. Me, I speak with a balance, okay? From my experiences in Texas, I'm telling my experiences. I had no issues with any Mexicans at all. I work with them. You meet one here and there that want to be white, but I never had no issues with Mexicans. I never no beef with black people. We never got no fights. It was always cool. Mexicans do their thing. We do ours. It is what it is. And I remember the first time I heard a black person say, man, Mexicans don't like black people. And I'm like, where you get that from? I said, I never had issues with Mexicans. I said, I ain't been down to the valley where they at. And I never had an issue with them. But then, so back in 2018, I went to the Taste of Soul for the first time. And I went to talk to the brothers and sisters out there, and they were just giving me the rundown on how they are treated out there by the Mexicans. I was like, wow, really? Yes, man. And then I started looking, because me, I started doing my research after that point. And I started seeing what they were talking about. And they have all these gangs out there, and how they do it. A lot of times get to do the initiation on harming black people, all the different things that's been done to black people. And they just didn't do that by themselves. The Democrats in California flooded California full of illegal immigrants, no enforcement, encouraged them to be there, giving them loans, giving them this, giving them that. And this is why you have the issue you have right now in LA. And how I feel about that personally, I believe Gavin Newsom and all the California government should be investigated to see if they were violating federal law and what they were doing. It's just that simple. Goddamn years. Because this is utterly ridiculous, what you're seeing right now. But the black Latinos aren't out there. Because why? They treated them no different than they had treated FBAs. They had this one sister, she's a singer. I think it's her name, Sarah Morena or something like that. And she's a black Mexican, and she sings the music. And you should have seen how I went to her chat. This girl could sing. And they was calling her all kind of names, saying she's not Mexican, she's black, she's this and that, and why is she singing our music? And she's Mexican. She's Mexican, grew up in Mexico. Okay? That's the kind of stuff that we're talking about.
Yep.
So why would the Afro Latinos come out? Why would they? I'm just saying, when they were treated in that manner, they're not calling for the Arabs who are immigrants. They're not calling for them. They're not even calling for the Africans. The Africans are like, man, let Trump be on them. Man, they on them, they ain't on us. They're not calling for the Caribbean immigrants. No. They only calling for FBAs. No, listen, let me tell y'all something. FBAs are not going to be your cannon fodder. FBAs not going to be your shield.
Right.
FBAs are not stepping out there. And y'all have an issue with us saying that too. Listen, I know a lot of y'all feel like you're entitled for us to be your, I don't know, a standing army for you other groups. No, you stand out there and deal with it. That's what you got to do, okay? And then, and one thing FBAs have never done in any protest, we've never swung foreign flags.
Nope.
And that's what just messed your whole thing up. Those foreign flags. It's just, it's crazy. I had a comment from somebody I just glanced at actually this morning, and they say, "Phil, why are you speaking on what's going on with the white Americans and Hispanics? Because it's my country, and I want to speak on it, and I can speak on it every freaking day if I want to. You understand? And also, it's my job to speak on it. I have a podcast. We report, have various other platforms. This is what I do for a living, and it's a story to talk about, and we're going to talk about it because FBA absence at all these events, it makes a big difference, and we get to see. We're going to see how much Donald Trump going to take it up. I'm curious to see what he's going to do. Very curious, because what you have in LA is an insurgency. See, once they started waving in foreign flags, now you're an insurgent. And see what it is, these Democrats have created an insurgency in this country. You see, you have those that came over without paperwork. Then they had children, anchor babies that was grafted into this country through the 14th Amendment. And I've seen video where those children, right, who are adults now, they're out there doing that. They say, oh, my parents came that way, or my family members came that way. Or I have family members that's not, right on their paperwork. They're fighting to evade U.S. law. They're destroying things to evade U.S. law. That's what they're doing. They say their rights are being violated. You do not have a legal right. Exactly. No, you don't. You don't. You may be here because of the 14th Amendment, but your other family members don't have a legal right. They just working. Don't matter. I can't go to Mexico, violate the immigration law, and I just be working over there. And then if they come and get me, I'll say, no, you can't get me because I ain't do anything. I'm just working. I did do something. I broke their immigration law. Yep. I did do something wrong. They feel that breaking our immigration law is not any kind of crime because people like Kamala Harris say that's just a civil matter. That's not really breaking a law. That's a civil matter. And when you have Democrats saying things like that in their head, it's like, oh, I ain't breaking no law. There's no law being broken. So now you have a president enforcing our law. Now he's the problem. No, he's not the problem.
That's what I was saying.
Democrats have been the problem, and Democrats created that mess. And I said this. I said, listen, all these people Biden and Kamala and let in here, we're going to be dealing with that problem way after they gone.
It's like you want to have open borders. Like you just want to just be able to freely come to this country, really freely-nilly, and not have no consequences. You can't do that nowhere else. No,
well, you're damn right about that, Brother Jay, because in some foreign countries, you cross the border illegally, man, they'll shoot your ass on the spot.
So, with that being said, where is, in regards to immigration, where is the dump wrong at?
Damn. Yeah. Yeah, only thing I know, man, this shit is bad, and Gruesome Newsom's talking about he's going to sue Trump. And that's a joke.
He's wasting his time.
Yeah, and not only is he wasting his time, Brother Che, he's going to waste the taxpayers' money in California with that bullshit.
Yeah, because it's going to be the
So it ain't like Newsom is digging in his own pocket to foot the bill. He's going to do that as the governor, so which means is that the California taxpayers is going to be paying for that bullshit.
Jay Millie's live right now. He'll probably come over when he's done.
All right.
Good. On LA tonight.
Yeah, if you could merge the two, man, that'd be beautiful.
No, he's on.
Okay, people. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If he was on the computer, yes, but he's not. He's on the phone.
Oh, okay. All righty. So that there's downtown Los Angeles there, ladies and gentlemen, in the Civic Center.
Get some actual sound.
Yeah. Just remarking, it's pretty surprising at the number of LAPD officers who remain.
Oh, okay, they got the bus there for him. Motherfuckers is getting ready to get hooked, getting ready to get booked at Boucher Street.
Of course, we don't know their strategy.
Only got about 4 blocks to go.
Ask me how I know. In case that situation where Tom is starts to get mobile and move in this direction. But, still quite a force of LAPD officers situated here, again, in the Arts District. They've been here for hours now. Everybody kind of waiting and watching to see how the rest of this night plays out. But for now, it is calm on this corner in downtown Los Angeles. Again, such a stark contrast to where Tom Waite is, which is not so far from where we are at all. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, no doubt. And Lori, regarding those people that were being arrested, it looks like they are being taken in. It's not like a cite and release and off they go. They are being taken in to get booked.
Yes, that's right. We saw them loaded up on the buses. Again, 2 full buses, probably about 40 people.
Yeah,
they were loaded up and they were taken away from here.
Been jacked up by the
they have a long night
all
ahead.
Actually, a message that they're not playing around with these protests. If they catch you vandalizing or breaking the law,
they
they're
got
going
the
to take
white
you
heads out.
Well, as we
busting
watch these
heads.
crowds thin out in downtown LA, we want to show you these pictures of protesters still in the streets of downtown LA tonight, still making their presence known, and the LAPD still doing so as well. Mike was telling us earlier that many more officers are actually possibly on shift tonight if they were needed, as a citywide tactical alert was issued earlier tonight, right, Mike?
Yeah, citywide tactical alert was issued tonight. It was in effect last night, the nights before that. As we watch this group, there's bars over those windows, but you've got the, So now we're starting to fight it forward. See that board? Yeah. Hopefully they don't, it didn't look like a real hard effort. So hopefully it doesn't actually get into anything there, because the last thing we want is to start seeing businesses being looted like we did see last night.
Yes,
so
sir.
This is the crowd. As the chopper kind of moves around, we can show you some video here. This is the crowd
that
really got active with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, the California Highway Patrol. We watched as they started to put on gas masks here, as fireworks were being thrown at those officers. CHP responding very quickly after kind of being overwhelmed for a brief moment with those fireworks. But really, as soon as CHP started to do their thing, that crowd moved fast. And by do their thing, I mean lots of flashbangs, tear gas, all of those things that were put at those protesters that caused them to splinter off into 2 different groups, one down San Pedro and one down 2nd Street. Now, I also want to show you some more video, because we also saw a drone flying through this area. Now, it's more than likely just for recording purposes and for video, and right there in the middle of the picture in the cloud below the traffic signal, you see it now flying to the left of the screen.
Take those pictures,
what's unfortunate though, Chief
McDonald
said yesterday that they even encountered, or today rather, he said today that yesterday they encountered people with 2-way radios that were communicating with each other and being able to coordinate. So hopefully that drone was not a part of any of that effort, and just a terrible social media kind of stunt that some people are trying to do. Now, I want to show you more here, because we saw this last night. We're seeing a little bit tonight where these protesters are trying to do makeshift barricades, essentially. We watched as this dumpster was given one good push and pushed into the line of the CHP officers. Thankfully, didn't have that much momentum, and CHP was able to just get it to kind of stop where it was right there without it doing any more harm. We'll take you back out live now to the helicopter that is kind of monitoring the situation. You see that very large contingent of Ventura County Sheriff's Office, CHP, all of those different agencies that are now here trying to deal with this, guys.
And Mike, they're going to stay here as long as needed, right?
As long as needed. Mutual aid is in effect until it's not. The sheriff is in control of that here in LA County, and he has said that we will do this as long as we need to. And we've got the support, they say, of our partner agencies from the CHP, Ventura County Sheriff, all of the San Gabriel Valley cities have been there. We've seen a lot going on, guys.
So even even if the street's clear of protesters, law enforcement's still going to stay out there, right?
Yeah.
And just in case, as day breaks for
they're going to be
Tuesday
out
here.
there every good of 3 days after they get rid of the
All right, Mike,
protesters.
thank you so much. Let's get live now to our Nicole Comstock live in Santa Ana. Nicole.
That's Orange County.
Yeah, well, things are getting a little crazier out here now. So just about 20 seconds ago, we
Okay,
had
so
someone
it's
launch
Orange
another
County.
big one of those directly at police, and they do not like that. And the LA County Sheriff's deputies out here as well. So you can see them posted up now in the center of Broadway and 4th in Santa Ana, and they're still using those pepper ball rounds. I don't know if you can see the officer with these like pepper ball guns they're using to shoot them in the direction of protesters. But of course, you know, right after they throw these big firecrackers and fireworks in the direction of law enforcement officers, then they kind of like run back down the street again. So it's basically a game of cat and mouse out here tonight, where they're trying to push them down the road as far as they can away from the federal building, which is where we have dozens of National Guard troops protecting that building tonight with a fleet of Humvees. They also have all the roads around that blocked off tonight. We see some more LA County Sheriff's deputies over here to the right of us. So I think we have, I'm not sure if you can see this, Ben, we have another group maybe of protesters down this street. So throughout the night, they've kind of been moving around, sort of staying in the same area, but they'll go down one street and then pop up around the corner. And so it takes a lot of coordination on the part of the sheriff's deputies and police departments to kind of stay ahead of the game and see where these people are coming from. Again, not everyone in the crowd is behaving this way. A lot of people are just kind of yelling at police. They have signs, and there's a couple people in the crowd who continue to throw these explosives in the direction of law enforcement officers. But again, you know, the president called in the National Guard, more of those troops today to help keep law and order in some of these communities dealing with these protests. But they are behind the police officers. So, you know, unfortunately, these police officers and local sheriff's deputies are not the ones that have anything to do with these immigration raids, and they're dealing with the brunt of what's going on out here tonight. Another thing we're seeing is just a ton of graffiti on a lot of the buildings downtown here, and some of them are just small businesses like coffee shops that have, you know, derogatory messages about ICE scrolled on the side of them now. So, you know, you wonder how much money it costs to clean up the graffiti, clean up the trash, whatever other things are vandalized, and just the amount of overtime all of these law enforcement officers, you know, are going to rack up being out here to make sure that businesses don't get broken into and people don't get hurt out here. I don't know if you can see in the center of the road here too, there's tire marks. So when the protesters come, there might be one of them on a motorcycle or in a car that's kind of doing donuts in the center of the road. But that's the most of what we are seeing out here tonight, and hopefully things settle down soon, but it doesn't seem like it. So we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Nicole, we have SkyCal over your location right now. We've seen the fireworks being set off there in your area. Earlier today, we saw that one guy in the yellow hoodie who was taunting officers. He was taken into custody. Have you seen anybody else in your area there being taken into custody, Nicole, and being taken away? Because as you said, this kind of game of cat and mouse eventually is going to get old. These officers are going to perhaps move in and arrest somebody.
Yeah, I'm sure they're super tired of it at this point. Maybe at about 8:30ish, we saw them walking one person over to the back of a police car. So it seemed like they were detaining that person, but we didn't have eyes on what they were doing before that. So I don't know if that was somebody who was lighting off fireworks or just like getting up in the law enforcement officers' faces or going into an area they weren't supposed to be in. But we haven't seen any other arrests or detentions going on out here. We haven't seen police officers moving into an area with like any handcuffs or the little zip ties that they sometimes use at these things. So it doesn't seem to me like they have a big plan in place yet to start detaining people. It seems like they're just continuing down the street and hope that people eventually go home before things get to that point. But they are being successful in keeping people, farther away from the federal building, which is what the National Guard is working on protecting tonight.
Yeah, from SkyCal, you can see definitely the officers there in place, and it's hard to even pinpoint where the protesters are in this shot, right, Susie?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Assigned to the field remain in their areas unless they're reassigned.
Activities are narrowed to police work of significance or major importance, and officers who are able to return to the field in their areas of assignment. We also notify all relevant command staff, including my office, the Office of Operations, Emergency Operations Division, in order to ensure seamless communication and coordination. In response to current events, we've also implemented partial mobilization of the department, which means we've extended watch hours, deferred days off for some personnel, and alerted off-duty officers to be ready for deployment. Our ability to scale up quickly is essential during this kind of fluid and unpredictable situation. We're deeply appreciative of the assistance we've received through the California Mutual Aid System, with officers and deputies from across Southern California already on the ground in Los Angeles supporting our efforts. We're also aware of reports that the President intends or has deployed U.S. Marines to Los Angeles. The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents. The Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to be able to do so professionally and effectively. We urge full transparency and communication across all levels of government. Our priority is simple: keep both the public and law enforcement officers safe and to maintain order. To the public, we fully support your right to peacefully protest, but let me be absolutely clear.
No, you
Those
don't.
who choose to incite violence, engage in vandalism or graffiti, or attack officers will be arrested. There is no tolerance for criminal activity under the guise of protest. And many ask, you know, not a lot of people, relatively speaking, have been arrested during this incident. Well, I would say that I wouldn't argue with you on that, but many more will be arrested as the investigation continues. There will be many more subsequent arrests. Finally, I want to offer my deep gratitude to the men and women of the LAPD and all of our partner agencies who are out there standing side by side. They're working long hours under intense pressure, and what I've seen is professionalism, courage, and commitment to this city has never been more evident than in the past couple of days. Thank you all very much.
Karen Bass got to say.
She's a figurehead. Karen Bass has no power.
Okay, so we've been listening to a press conference. You just heard from Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonnell there talking about how the police department has now been issued a tactical alert, ramping up staffing, bringing people in who are off, making sure all the officers are ready, scaling up quickly. He called this an unpredictable situation.
Yes, and very fluid. That means
and a nightstick is going to glide gracefully upside your head.
Peaceful. It's my understanding that there's a few hundred individuals that are at the federal building now, but that there is no reports of violence that have taken place today.
And the LA County
or
Jail is just 3 blocks away.
With the
3
crowd
down
just
and
there,
2
we'll
over.
worry
Twin
as it gets
Towers.
dark as to whether or not there are problems, but we certainly hope that there will not be. I just want to say I started off my morning with a meeting with a number of the leaders from the immigrant rights organizations. And as far as we know, right now, there have been 5 raids by ICE throughout the region. I don't know. I know of at least 1 or 2 that took place in the city, but we're still compiling that information. As you know, ICE does not tell anybody where they're going to go or when they're going to be there. But I think the thing that was most important about the meeting today was listening to the stories of the people. For example, there was a woman, a mother from Guatemala, who was looking for her husband. She wasn't able to hear about her husband and son that were detained at the Ambiance warehouse. She's not been able to locate him or to communicate with him. And for the most part, the people that have been detained have been denied access to legal representation This is unprecedented. In the past, when there were raids, lawyers were able to go in and meet with their clients. So she's running around the area trying to find her husband, not knowing if he's here, has he been taken to another city, has he been deported out of the country. There was another statement regarding a daughter who was searching for her detained father, and at a certain point she actually saw him moving into a detention facility, but since then, as far as she knows, he has disappeared. She is not able to find out where he is. I can't emphasize enough the level of fear and terror that is in Angelenos right now, not knowing if tomorrow or tonight it might be where they live, it might be their workplace. Should you send your kids to school? Should you go to work? And you remember this from several years ago, this same type of fear that was going around. But I heard today about something that is so over the top. Can you imagine having your annual appointment to ICE, your annual appointment? You're here, you might not be a citizen, but you have papers, and you are told that you need to go to the facility to check in. And then you are detained, and you go with your family and your kids, and the whole family is detained when you were legal and you were trying to maintain your legal status. So what this means then is that people are going to be afraid to maintain their appointments, which then pushes them into the closet, and they will fall out of status and then subject to arrest. This is the kind of thing that is happening in our city right now, and I will just take you back to last Thursday. Last Thursday, there was nothing happening in this town that called for the raids that took place on Friday. Nothing was happening. Nothing warranted the raids. If you remember, at the beginning of this administration, we were told that raids would be to look for violent criminals, people who had warrants. But I don't know how you go from a drug dealer to a Home Depot, to people's workplaces where they're just trying to make a living. At Home Depot, you have day laborers centers, so that the people that are trying to seek work each and every day will have a place to be, so that it doesn't interfere with the business. These are not the people that we were told were going to be detained. And it makes me feel like our city is actually a test case for what happens when the federal government moves in and takes the authority away from the state or away from local government. I don't think that our city should be used for an experiment to see what happens in the nation's second largest city. Well, maybe we can do this to other cities. And then I read a description of our city that was so troubling to me. A description of our city that says that we have been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals, and that now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents. I don't know if anybody has seen that happen, but I've not seen that happen. And obviously there has been violence, and the violence is unacceptable, and we can talk about that in a minute. But to describe our city as a migrant invasion, and that we need to put an end to the migrant riots, and to call on various secretaries of the administration to go after our city because we want order to be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. How is this a description? This is a despicable description of our city. Our city needs to come together now and not accept this, not allow us to be divided.
Sister, that city needs to shake off into the goddamn ocean. Why do you think I moved to Las Vegas?
You hit our economy, you scare people from going to work.
That motherfucker deserves to sink in the goddamn Pacific Ocean. Yeah, I said it.
Immigrant labor is the majority of the workforce. So this is damaging. It's damaging to individuals, it's damaging to families, but it is also damaging to our economy. Now I want to talk for a few minutes about the violence and the vandalism that has happened after the protests. We are fortunate in our city to have a well-established institutions that promote and fight for the rights of immigrants. They have protests and rallies often, a couple of times a year, and they never devolve into violence. Well, these protests have, and what typically happens is a fringe element, many times not even connected to the major protests, takes the opportunity to create havoc and commit vandalism. And I will tell you, it infuriated me but it also
Okay, we're bringing down Mayor Bass's microphone right now to invite you to KCAL News at 6 o'clock. We are simulcasting
Okay, that
on
there's the
Channel
local
2
news
and
there.
does that.
Would you say, Jesse, she
that you
playing
are
the
supporting
violin,
immigrant
huh?
rights, the rights of immigrants. You can't possibly be supporting
Damn.
immigrants and vandalize.
And KCAL News is your Lakers station in Los
And
Angeles.
understand that if you do that, and it is 100% unacceptable, you will be arrested, and it might not happen that day. So don't think because you went home that night that you are free. There's a lot of videotape, there's investigations that will take place, and you will be held accountable, and frankly need to be separated from the people who are really fighting on behalf of our immigrant community. And we need to stop.
And what are you doing for Lamert Park, Mayor Bass? What are you doing for Baldwin Hills? What are you doing for South Central Los Angeles?
Chaos. This was chaos that was started at Washington, D.C. On Thursday, the city was peaceful. On Friday, it was not because of the intervention of the federal government. And it's, again, I don't think our city should be a test case, a laboratory. With that, I'm happy to open up.
Oh, lady, please. LA's been a laboratory for years. Shit. I grew up in the motherfucking. How the hell you gonna tell
the
me?
National Guard. Why on earth? What are they going to do? Do you know what the National Guard is doing now? They are guarding two
Locking
buildings.
and loading.
They're guarding the federal building here in downtown, and they're guarding the federal building in Westwood. That's what they're doing. So they need Marines on top of it? I don't understand that. That's why I feel like we are part of an experiment that we did not ask to be a part of.
And Westwood is a section of the city of Los Angeles. That's where
I would say stop
UCLA
the
is.
raids. Stop the raids, period. I would say give the power back to our governor. And if we need the National Guard,
give the power back to the governor. He belongs in the same goddamn jail cell with Trump. Come on, lady.
To our city. I have been in contact with the administration, not the president.
You touched on it lightly, but has the National Guard contributed in any meaningful way in crowd control in the past?
No. The National Guard is guarding the federal building. Now, there was an incident that I saw where there were vehicles that needed to get into the federal building, and so the National Guard cleared the area, and that's where I saw gas, that's where I saw, the flashbacks.
Mayor Bass, when it comes to the people that you're talking about right now on the streets of Los Angeles that are looked at worldwide, what are your sources on the ground telling you in terms of, are the people there with a message regarding immigration being now outnumbered and possibly outrun by these vandals that you're calling?
No, I don't believe so at all. I mean, when you see their numbers, it's when everybody's left. So the crowd could be thousands. And then late at night, by the time you see their numbers, you might see 100 or so. So they're not being outnumbered. And I don't know of anybody that identifies with them. In other words, they're part of our organization or they're not. The flyer that was out for the rally on Saturday night was a flyer that had no organizational affiliation. So we don't know what it is. I mean, it could be like what happens with the illegal parties, where people, put out a word and on social media it draws a crowd.
I think a lot of people in this city agree with you.
This network is just showing a replay of its earlier episode.
This is the
violating their civil rights. Is there anything that you can talk
It's 93 degrees here, y'all. I'm staying hydrated, so I'm not drinking alcohol. I'm drinking water. Okay, it's 93 degrees right now. The high today was 111 degrees. I was out in the sun,
Well, let me just say that the immigrant rights organizations that have existed here for a long time are providing that type of support. I cannot see a possibility of the city of Los Angeles bailing people out with city funds. Whether or not there are resources to legal services, typically what that is a contract with an organization to do that work. We have those contracts. I don't have any reason to believe that they would end.
But what about the gate, what Trump is trying to do, you know, trying to deport people? Like,
Man, it's gonna be taking them motherfuckers 36 hours to get booked in that motherfucker, and another 36 hours to get processed out.
Mayor, you talked about how you're in communication with the White House.
I was.
You were. And in terms of, the budgetary problems that you're facing, has a part of that conversation been about reimbursing the city for law enforcement overtime?
No, let me just tell you that my conversations with the administration was before the deployment of the National Guard. I was trying to make the case that the National Guard was not needed here. I was trying to make the case that if the National Guard came here, it would be a provocative move, and it would be like a deliberate attempt to create disorder and chaos in our city. It was very predictable what was going to happen here, and it was completely unnecessary. This was a solution in search of a problem, and the problem was not happening on Thursday.
We're going to go here when it comes to the solutions. The administration has claimed that there's a lack of transparency when it comes to what they know. Have you considered
what they know? What are they looking for?
Well, there's been released information when it comes to potential ICE raids, and they've said
when
it comes to working with them, would you be considering to give them a list of the violent criminals, particularly focused on the ones who they should be focusing on?
I mean, I don't have that list, and I don't think our chief has that list. So to me, you would be talking about federal warrants, which means the federal government would have the list of violent federal criminals.
Mayor, hi. It appears that this is going to continue.
Federal criminals? You got a goddamn federal criminal at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C. Go book that motherfucker.
Well, let me just say, in terms of the immigrant population...
Okay, we've been listening to a press conference, a joint press conference given by first Police Chief, LAPD Police Chief Jim McDonald, and now Mayor Karen Bass. Just a couple of points here. The mayor said that according to immigration rights organizations, 5 raids by ICE have been held throughout the region. We're going to get to more of that, but first we're going to go to our Jasmine Veal, who is in downtown LA, where some things are happening. Jasmine?
Oh. Hey, sorry, things have really just kicked up a notch here because they're now telling the crowd to disperse, so they're blasting off these, I guess, types of bombs over the crowd just to tell them to back up. So this is, we're still at the top of the LA Mall here, right coming up to Temple. And I mean, blast after blast. They're moving the skirmish line. This is what they've been doing here on a 4th straight day, right, of these protests.
Washington, D.C.
Again, ratcheted up a notch now. They're pushing the protesters further down Los Angeles Street to Temple. This is coming just about 30 minutes after they told all the demonstrators and protesters that had gathered around this federal building here
on 35 counts and walk.
I don't know if we have video. James, my producer, let me know, because you can see kind of the chaos that unfolded. See, just like that, they're trying to push these demonstrators back and move them away from the federal building. You have the sheriff posted up here. You have the LAPD. You have the National Guard. I just saw reinforcements arriving on more trucks with their riot gear, and there also have been pepper balls being shot from the top of the federal building by the National Guard onto the crowd
and
below
yes, the
now.
National Guard is out there with
I don't know if it's a warning
clips.
or if that even has any impact from that high above. But, protesters will then, some of them, a handful, I've seen maybe just a few, clash with the officers holding the line here on Temple.
Yeah, man, 285. I'm glad I moved away from the
Water bottles
motherfucker.
are being thrown at one point near the federal building here, yelling, taunting. And again, anytime anyone gets close, that's when they fire off more of these less than lethal rounds. So it's ramping up again. It was, we've been here for hours now, and it was a pretty much peaceful march and a protest, a pretty large crowd that had gathered earlier. And now this, when they started to move that skirmish line. So I'm walking with Gus here down to Temple to see Okay, and now you can see the line that we're talking. So they have pushed all the protesters back, and so we're right in front of City Hall now.
Actually, no, lady, you're in front of City Hall East.
Let's see what happens here. And, you know, they keep pushing us back, too, and they've been good to just
City Hall East,
try to get us media out of the way safely, and they warn us, you know, we're going to be
East is going into the main City Hall.
If we need to fire off these rubber bullets, we will, at the protesters. And so they've given us just a few seconds to kind of jump off the roof here of the LA Mall, if you're familiar with the area with the food court down below.
I'm familiar with it.
Many of these protesters have told me they need more peaceful bodies out here to get out the message.
And that is the Los Angeles Police Department right there.
They said they did not like how things escalated Sunday night. The burning of the Waymo self-driving vehicles, the graffiti, the vandalism, the looting. They were very disheartened to see that as their message got
Mac
lost.
285, I grew up in the streets.
Many of them wanted to rally out here again, coming with their families.
And that's the criminal courts building right there, way back there behind those trees. That's where they tried your boy OJ at. And Charles Manson, and Richard Ramirez, and Sirhan.
Really pushed this crowd. Now we're just looking at Temple down to Los Angeles, and you can see everyone's kind of scattered about at this point. But they were really, if we can get some video, James, let me know when you have it, because I want to show you kind of what unfolded in the last hour here. We were at that news conference with the police chief and Mayor Karen Bass, who talked about, you know, to stop the raids, and that she said we are a city of immigrants. We were listening to her talk about that as it was happening, as this skirmish line was moving. So James, just let me know if you get that, and I'll go ahead and. Okay, there's a lot of, and my producer telling me, and unfortunately, I mean, there's a lot of vulgar language that we're trying to blur out for TV purposes and not show the writing and the signs.
You ain't got me on that damn TV. I would have cussed all you motherfuckers out.
Law enforcement officers. Okay, so you can kind of see what tactics they're taking right now. They are moving, and the video shows it that I was trying to get to. Everyone off the top of these buildings. They want everyone as far away as possible from that federal building.
Alcohol.
So, you know, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, sorry, there's a lot going on here, but the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, I remember her saying on X, Kristi Noem said, you know, if anyone lays a hand on law enforcement officers, they'll be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. So, yeah, unfortunately, you do have some people who escalated things here by confronting some of the law enforcement who have fired those rubber bullets and pepper spray. Nothing that I can smell at the moment, but they were right on top of the federal building up there. They are no longer there as they've moved the crowd away, but they were positioned up there firing into the crowd, just pop, 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 one after another, which made some people look up and start yelling back at them. So hopefully, you know, we'll see this crowd kind of remain calm here for the moment, and I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, Jasmine, we saw just in your live.
Yeah, they was Mac 285. I believe
things can change, how they can get really chaotic and then get peaceful again. So of course we will check back in with you soon. Want to go to Lori Perez now, who is also in downtown
building up
LA.
to the right is the actual city hall.
I shouldn't say little. There have been pockets of protests all around the downtown area. So you're in another area, Lori. What are you seeing?
The LAPD badge.
Yeah, there was actually quite a large protest where we are here on the corner of Temple and Los Angeles Street. In the last few moments, though, that has been pushed out of here. An army of police officers literally face to face with protesters, pushing them further down Los Angeles Street to the south, getting them out of this area away from the federal buildings. And it's remarkable to see the very many different kinds of law enforcement and military we have here. LAPD was, of course, leading this enforcement, backed up on a second line by sheriff's deputies. And if we flip around, I'm going to show you the very big military force and sheriff's deputies who have now assembled here on the intersection on that second level. Maybe in the back, you might be able to see some of the military guys. They've been marching around that building. That's the building where they do some immigration services, and so they are protecting that building. They wanted all of these people away from this area because that's where, over the last few nights, they have caused so much damage and destruction, because that's where some of the detainees are being held. So it was a lot of activity. The police were using flashbangs to kind of disrupt the demonstration.
Yeah, Mac 285 to 101 is the Hollywood freeway.
In a pretty efficient way, getting them out of this intersection. It was a bit hectic for a while, but now we're going to see if we can, in fact, on foot, follow them and to see what occurs as they congregate further to the south on Los Angeles Street. But for now, right here, this, as you can see, has been cleared.
All right, Lori, thanks so much for that. And you mentioned that's where the detainees are being held. And from what we heard mentioning Waymo, we understand that they certainly stopped their services in downtown Los Angeles anyway, because I believe at least 5 cars burned. We're going to bring Mike Rogers back in the conversation. You were here last night when those cars were set on fire.
Yeah, and that was about 5 o'clock in the evening. I mean, that was early that all started to happen.
Were they
burned
Teslas?
hot and long because the fire department wasn't safe for them to get in there as well. Really just a chaotic night. I will say it does, we're looking at here, it does look like, a sense of chaos here, but I just have to draw the comparison from tonight to last night. I mean, last night was just so much worse. In downtown. Tonight, LAPD is able to keep the crowd moving, and as we talked about earlier, every time they do that, it really splinters them up. I want to ask our director, Mike Parrott, to go to our other helicopter shot, because I want to show you Santa Ana. This is where Michelle Geely just was, and something of note, like we've talked about so many times with these protests, they really ebb and flow. While Jasmine was talking and Lori was talking, we saw a lot of activity where somebody was trying to set things on fire, tear gas was being shot, if you so choose. So that is what is happening, or what appears to be happening there in Santa Ana, where you have this group. I think once they arrested that guy in the yellow sweatshirt, they've thrown so much tear gas at it. The rest of the people that are here, and I don't want to say everybody because I haven't seen everybody, but appears to be a more peaceful kind of civil group. Santa Ana PD, I haven't seen in the last couple of minutes shoot any, tear gas, pepper ball. Michelle and her photographer Tim Kimball doing a great job, and obviously pushing away far enough away from where the law enforcement line is. And you can see just behind that flag, that Mexican flag, you can make out the patrol car there on the right-hand side. You can see that line of police officers that is there trying to quell that crowd and push them back. Now, it looks like there is a mix of federal officers as well as local Santa Ana Police Department officers. What we had been dealing with, the situation we've been dealing with earlier, is that federal law enforcement was far outnumbered from the protesters that were standing on the steps. We saw a really intense situation with a protest.
A lot of them running, and we see we see a projectile there. We see officers approaching quickly, and like they're moving them back to where we don't know, right? But that's what we noticed.
Yeah, it's just interesting. I mean, we don't, of course, know the police strategy, but like I said, we've been all standing here for probably 15, 20 minutes, nothing going on except for a lot of yelling. And then all of a sudden, we saw the police kind of mobilize. We saw the crowd start to run. So, we see this from time to time, and you can already see now it's kind of de-escalated. And,
mask or a beanie or something on. Yeah. Oh, it's got a full-blown mask. There you go. So, and it's important to remember, too, when you get arrested by the feds, you are not facing local charges. I mean, you're not facing disorderly conduct charges at a local level, which carry a much less severe punishment than federal charges. I mean, Mr. Huerta in Los Angeles County, he is facing, the last time they charged somebody for the same thing that they're charging Mr. Huerta for, that couple faced 6 years in federal prison. I mean, these are not small charges when you get arrested at the federal level.
And this person was clearly, throwing projectiles, and now his face is out there for everybody to see. But he was doing a lot more, and I think I can safely say that.
Yeah, homie, you getting ready to walk some concrete for real.
You mentioned David Huerta. I mean, this clearly
is not that. Yeah.
No way.
Right. And interesting, he had the mask on. They ripped the mask off. That has been a sticking point that President Trump has been kind of harping on, that these protesters legally, he says, are not allowed to wear masks, and they should be ripping the masks off. And Sunday morning on Face the Nation, Margaret Brennan had Christine Nome on to ask, how are you going to do that? Are you going to have federal agents go rip off masks, everybody that's wearing them? She wouldn't really answer the question, but you saw that happen in this situation. So we'll be curious, and we can try to reach out and figure out what they're going to charge this guy with.
And as far as the masks are concerned, we also understand, he said that the federal agents should wear them because they didn't want them being doxxed by the public.
Right. And let's not forget that this is not just ICE agents. These are DEA, FBI, ATF, groups of people that do lots of undercover operations. And at some point, they will have to go back to that world once however this shakes out is done, whether it's in 4 years or whether it's sooner than that. They'll go back to their regular roles at their respected agencies, and they may need to still protect their identity when they do that.
Hey, Don't you have the legal right to face your accuser? Now, how can he identify a motherfucker accusing him of a crime who got a goddamn mask on, but he got to take off his
They
mask?
did not forget about him.
What kind of kangaroo court shit is that? Where the fuck you at, Sarge?
I don't want to say anything about, I mean, we've seen, and the reason I brought that up is how many chases have we followed where the person can go in and try to camouflage themselves by taking off the jacket. So obviously, maybe this guy didn't care or he didn't think about that.
And we've heard this from numerous officials and authorities, right, throughout these press conferences. Like, if you might be going home tonight after this protest, talking to people who are vandalizing and causing violence and arson, etc.
I don't know if Orange County, I know in LA County they've got the Metropolitan Detention Center that's in downtown. I don't know if if Orange County Jail has a contract with ICE for detainers.
Well, I know the city said that.
Wow, is he?
Okay, there's the person in the yellow. They caught up to him.
Oh man, they really wanted him.
And he's still resisting.
Look at that.
He ain't resisting. They whooping his ass. He ain't resisting. They beating the shit out of him.
That same agent that was really frustrated with him earlier, doesn't?
How the fuck is that motherfucker resisting seeing a bunch of crazy ass motherfuckers running up on him? That man don't know if they're gonna kill him or not.
Well, you know the job was dangerous when he took it, Shabaki.
Well, you got a point on that. You damn right about that, Brother Paris. You damn right about that.
This fool thought he was gonna be slick. I guess he called himself trying to evade him. And then when they caught up with him, they was not happy.
Yeah, well his night's ruined.
The city said that we are a sanctuary city. A couple of the city council people have come forward and said we will not be assisting in immigration efforts. They stopped short of something's happening here.
Yeah, they're doing a bum rush on him.
They caught up to him.
Damn! Damn, they bum rushed him. Damn!
Well, it looks like he didn't change his sweatshirt after all.
Right. And I wonder, I can't tell if it's that same agent that was really frustrated with him earlier.
That pointed the
weapon at him.
Yeah, and he does have looks like a mask or a beanie or something on. Yeah, oh, it's got a full-blown mask. There you go. So, and it's important to remember too, when you get arrested by the feds, you are not facing local charges. I mean, you're not facing disorderly conduct charges that'll.
Obviously, that's by design. They're trying to get people to leave and to move on to avoid another night of confrontations and violence. The LAPD has just a swarm of officers right up the street from us, and they're also positioned at various buildings, City Hall, some of the other buildings downtown, county buildings, and other office buildings where there's been a lot of graffiti or vandalism.
Those are people who did decide to walk away and are making their way away from this corner. But, you know, in a final perhaps act of defiance, just letting those fireworks go as they leave the
LAPD got on a Gestapo uniform.
Again, you were out there last night. This seems to
Motherfuckers
be
look just like the goddamn Gestapo.
Calmer, even in terms of taking people into custody. When they announced unlawful assembly, this group here seemed to acquiesce, if that's the word, and just let police officers arrest them, as opposing to resist like they did last night.
I think. Right, and I think that for some of these people, perhaps the act of being detained and being arrested is also an expression of their frustration and shows how much they are willing to do in order to make a point about what they feel about immigration enforcement here in Los Angeles. So, perhaps that's why they are, as you said, acquiescing or cooperating, without resisting at all, because they do see it as another act, if you will, of defiance in this. But yeah, it is. This is happening peacefully and calmly so far. There has not been any resistance or
even a rightful cause to be getting arrested.
Okay, just a small break here, people. California has officially sued the dump regime over National Guard deployment. So they got Gruesome Newsom up here. They're showing close-up footage of downtown Los Angeles here on Cartoon News Network. They got the dumpster up here talking shit with his orange ass, and what the hell he's saying is not worth listening to. The man is a fucking 43. What's that, Brother Che? 35 counts that Trump is convicted of federal crimes.
And I'm just looking at the hypocrisy of this shit, is that you got a multiple convicted felon as the chief executive who may be violating the law that he swore to uphold. On with the impeachment. In the state of California and at the federal level.
In Los Angeles and rising tensions against President Trump's sweeping deportation orders. Tonight, we have learned the military activated Marines who could be sent to LA to help the National Guard. Taking a live look now, you can see demonstrators, a lot of them still in the streets. Looks peaceful for now. Earlier today, police had to push them back as they got in the way of traffic. Jenna DeAngelis joins us in studio tonight with the latest developments. Jenna.
Jessica, members of the Marine Corps could start arriving in Los Angeles as soon as tomorrow. That's on top of additional National Guard troops the president activated. It's a response California doesn't want. So much so, today, the state filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration.
Them the world treatment.
Demonstrators.
No, they ain't giving them the world treatment yet. And, you know, if we was out there, we'd definitely be getting the world treatment. Right.
Oh yeah. If not shot and killed.
Yeah, they just getting a little taste, a little love tap from the lap, folks.
Yeah, and then they up here wondering why we ain't standing up there with these mugs.
Right, because that's not a rightful cause. This is not a rightful cause. This is not a rightful or moral cause. This is some bullshit. You want to literally
it is.
Celebrate breaking the law by coming over here illegally. There's a right way of doing immigration. There's a wrong way of doing immigration. You want to
yeah, that is a fact.
Side of it. And think that you're supposed to get some kind of support, some kind of moral support. You out your rabbit ass mind. I heard that same
Yeah, we can't do it no more, Brother Che.
I heard that.
I mean, we have been broken, downtrodden. You see what I'm saying? The nightstick is glide gracefully upside our heads. You see what I'm saying? In the 20th century, not to mention on the plantation with the whip. You see what I mean? Not to mention with us, how they used to brand us like cattle.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I heard that same shit earlier. About, oh, they're gonna bring it here. Oh, we're gonna do a solidarity. Oh, well, fuck all that.
No, we sitting this one out. Sorry, you other groups. We can't
a crowd gathered outside a federal building guarded by police and the National Guard.
You know, they got the riot gear out. That's
the National Guard on the right there. That ain't the county sheriff where your arrow is. That's the National Guard. That's the lapdogs right there on the left.
That's right here. They got the riot gear out.
Yeah.
Similar to what we've seen in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
I can't emphasize enough the level of fear and terror that is in Angelenos right now.
Played that earlier. So yeah, they are planning on deploying 900 Marines. Oh Lord, what the dump say? Let's see what these laws have to say.
But I just want to know when they're going to place his ass.
Since Trump announced his plan to deploy troops, the situation on the ground has escalated quickly.
People that are causing the problem are professional agitators, they're insurrectionists.
President Trump has authorized the deployment of an additional 2,000 National Guard members, plus the Pentagon activated about 700 Marines.
The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents.
That was a Los Angeles police chief in a briefing tonight. He said he expects many more arrests to be made in connection with protests as the investigation continues. And while supporting the right to peacefully protest, he made clear those who incite violence or engage in vandalism will be arrested. Jessica.
All right. Thank you so much, Jenna.
thugs and the National Guard get that shit under control real quick.
Oh yeah. KTVU, that's out of your neck of the woods, Jay Militant. KTVU. That's out of Oakland. Would you say Mac 285? Hell no, they don't need our support, man. We got a whole, we got our own in-house issues we got to deal with. Lock his ass up. Who the dump? Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, you talking about old boy who they gave the royal treatment to right there with the yellow thing on? No, sir, they don't need our support. We got too many in-house issues.
Yeah, from the building? Wow. We have a fire blocker. Ese saludo. Damn.
No, KTVU is up there by Jay Militant. You still with us, Jay Militant?
He's live right now, Shabaki.
Oh, okay.
Over when he's done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it looks like they it's a lot calmer than it was last night.
Yeah, it was, because keep in mind, motherfuckers have to go to work tomorrow.
That was close. That was like right there.
Yeah, you're gonna be having a whole lot of motherfuckers sleeping on the floor in them jail cells at the Twin Towers. So they're gonna be throwing 8 motherfuckers in 6-man cells, throwing 4 motherfuckers in 2-man cells. Damn. The city of Los Angeles. Damn.
Sabaka, where is that? In front of City Hall?
Okay, that's in downtown Los Angeles. I'm trying to see the street sign. That looks a couple of blocks away from City Hall. Because I'm trying to see a street sign if I can. I think this is in Santa Ana. Yeah, that's in Santa Ana. That was not an LAPD officer there with the black police uniform on. I believe this is Santa Ana.
He's just asking to get beat up. Like, if there was any kind of shred of pity or sympathy, that's been long gone. Look at these motherfuckers. They're sitting fighting these motherfuckers.
Yeah. And that would have been us. You would have known they would have gave us the business.
Right. It's your goddamn city. You sitting up here waving a motherfucking Mexican flag. Take your ass to Jalisco with that bullshit. Like, what the fuck?
But however, though, Brother Che, California was a part of Mexico at one time, sir, until 1847.
10 years, Shabaka, not even that. They act like
1847, brother. That's damn near 150 years ago.
It was a Spanish territory. It wasn't even Mexico at that point. It was a Spanish territory. They try to make it seem like people that inhabited Mexico also inhabited that region. No, those are Aboriginal people. Those are indigenous people that inhabited that land. Those weren't the native Mexicans.
Okay, now let me make sure if I got the history right. Okay. Ponce de Leon was the dude down there in Florida looking for the fountain of youth. The dude the Spanish sent out here to the west was Cortez. Yeah, it was Cortez. Yeah.
Yes, about
that's in the 1500s, I think.
It was a black man that got them in independence and into slavery in Mexico. They killed his ass. Vicente Guerrero.
What was his name?
Vicente Guerrero.
Okay.
This is like basic Mexican history. The dude that freed, got them the independence for Spain. And ended slavery in Mexico. Mexico became a maroon colony.
Yeah, it was about 1828, I think it was, Brother Che.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they didn't really. That shit really wasn't Mexico, but either way, they were paid for that, even though it was a low amount based on what we consider today. But back then, that was a lot of money.
Okay.
For that shit, so the U.S. compensated them for that loss of California, Utah, Nevada, parts of Colorado, and New Mexico.
Right.
They were compensated for it.
And Arizona. Yeah. Okay, because I'm pulling up Pico House right here, Brother Che.
Yeah, another
and
founder of Los Angeles.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at the Pico House. Okay. They did show the Pico House from there, and the Pico House looks to be due north of LA City Hall. Yeah. Because I'm looking at Pico House, and yeah, Pico House is north of LA City Hall because I'm looking at Pico House, and it's got LA City Hall in the back. Okay. And it's 430 North Main Street. It's across the street from Aurora Street. And Aurora Street is the original street in Los Angeles in the 1700s. Aurora Street. They call it Aurora Street. And I think that is what a drunk Indian started getting fucked up at, man, before he went out to design L.A.
Mm-hmm.
He was good and fucked up.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's get back to why we is not out here with these mugs.
Oh yeah, we're gonna address that issue. Okay, Los Angeles. Okay, the reason why we are not out there with you, okay, is because we have a whole lot of in-house issues of Black people here in America that we have to focus on for ourselves, okay? Because we are no longer caping for you other groups. We can't do it. We are in a severe state of emergency.
Right.
See, look what happened in 1992.
Mm-hmm.
See,
that was justified though, Shabaki. They beat that man to death.
Yeah, they beat that man. They hit that man 52 times with a baton. Okay, they were caught on videotape. Okay, and then the goddamn district attorney's office is going to take the case on a change of venue to Ventura County, which is Lily White and Reagan country.
And all
so what was to be expected?
Right, all the officers.
So therefore, Latinos in Los Angeles, that's why we're not out there with you. This is you all's situation. You see what I mean?
We're gonna tell you.
And then not to mention the fact that we are the most hated people in the United States of America, and we built the goddamn country.
So you can hold your own Toluca. Look, Felix Harino, his name is, the founder of LULAC, said, hey, that's the Negroes' problem. So this is the Latinos' problem.
Exactly. Yeah, so therefore, essays, you're on your own.
So Uncle Phil's gonna
we can't get down with you.
Uncle Phil's gonna give us the maritude, not maritude, the Mayatude. I'm pronouncing it wrong. The Mayat.
Miates. That's what they call us. Just say they call us miates, meaning niggers.
Yeah, but that's not what I was getting at. I was saying something about Marriott or Marriott of reasons why we aren't getting involved in ICE protests.
Well, bye-bye, City of Angels, the city I grew up in.
There's all kind of things, but here, that don't happen. So I always tell y'all say, well, why you be talking about this and that going on with Africa? Like, Africa give me a lot of love, man. I mean, a lot of African countries give me love. You know what I'm saying? In America, they threatened by me here. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm not Democrat, I'm not Republican. I call out either side, don't care. We too liberated and free over here. So, and that's fine. You know, they view us as a competition and a threat. That's beautiful.
Whoa,
so, you know, I prefer actually to spread our weed globally anyway. So, you know, shout out to everybody on, you know, all over the world. Now, next thing, the Ghana trip. We got now 15 spots left. Someone signed up over the weekend, so we got about 15 spots left. Make sure you signed up. They have at checkout. Let's get to what we came here for, ladies and gentlemen, because we got to talk about why FBAs in Los Angeles have plenty of reasons why they aren't getting involved with the ICE protests. You know, we've been seeing a lot of videos, a lot of videos of people saying, you know, hey, y'all, FBAs, you know, Mexico helped y'all back in slavery hundreds of years ago. Well, they were letting slaves go to Mexico. Let me tell you something. That's not really hitting very well. And let me tell you why. You can't use something from 100 years ago to try to guilt trip us. Can you use something from last year, this year? I'll even give you an expansion. What about 5 years ago? What about 10 years ago? What about 20 years ago? What about in the 21st century, starting from the 2000? Have you done something for us like equal to that in 25 years? I'm giving you that far back, 25 years. And you know the answer to that question. We know the answer to that question. This is why you're using that. The second thing they're trying to use, we came out there during a protest with George Floyd. Did you see us online asking y'all to come out or anybody to come out with George Floyd?
Nope.
Remember, I was doing my platform at the time. None of us requested no help or no backup. Y'all came out there on your own validity. We didn't ask you. Every time we do something, we already know we on our own. And then when people do come out, y'all come out there looting when we're not even trying to loot. You come out there doing the most or whatever, trying to get attention for yourself. And y'all could do all this looting and then we get blamed for it. That's why I'm so glad FBAs aren't out there right now. Cause I saw y'all looting the AM PM. What the people at the AM PM did to y'all. Y'all going there looting the AM PM. I saw the East Indian man just stand there like dumbfounded, like, man, what I'm gonna do? You know, like y'all looting the man business. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't none of us doing it. And I'm proud of black people. It was none of you out there doing it. None of you taking advantage. Because the moment we show up on the scene, they're gonna take the eyes off of them and focus solely on us. So we are doing good by keeping our happy self at home. Now, we're gonna run through a series of videos and news articles to give you some reasons why FBAs are at their homes. And they have good reason to be at home. And when y'all see all of this, I want y'all to remember what you're gonna see. Now, let's start off with Exhibit A. Back in 2018, Sister Shirley Hussar, may she rest in power, she's not with us anymore. She invited me to go to the Taste of Soul while I was out there in Politicon. I've never been there before. I wasn't too familiar with Los Angeles and the relations with black people and Mexicans in particular. My experience prior to that, I didn't have any issues with Mexicans at all down here where I live in Texas. Work with them, you know, been to their houses, they invite us, they come to our houses, barbecue, whatever. Never really been issues and problems. You know, I've talked to brothers and sisters I've been out there on the East Coast, never really had issues and problems like that. But in 2018, I was informed, they said, hey, bro, nah, they don't like us out here like that. They on something different. I said, really? I just never knew that. So this one brother I'm about to play for you was one of the brothers that got me to go down the path of starting to investigate at the time. Let me play this video from 2018 at the Taste of Soul, and I want you to hear what this brother was saying back then. Let's go ahead and cue up the first video, ladies and gentlemen.
Whole race of people here, Hispanic people, just claiming that they're the hardest working people that there is. If you're so hard working, why Mexico so? I got issues with that. I got issues with a lot of things. You got T-Mobile, Sprint, Verizon, Wells Fargo, Starbucks. You got CVS, Rite Aid, Walgreens, all Hispanic staffs right here in LA. Nobody stand up to fight against them. Why is that?
Well, let me ask you a question. Why is it that you think they're hiring them over African Americans?
Racism.
So they're coming. You say they're coming in with a racist attitude and hiring nothing but their people group and want to cut out African Americans. So how can we counter that?
Well, first off, to counter that, you would be able to contact ICE, NSA, whoever you need to contact, to let them know that you have illegal immigrants working in facilities. They have made that so hard to do here. You can't just call, you can't just go online because they want too much information for that illegal immigrant, which is, it makes no sense. You should be able to call and say, hey, look, this business has illegal immigrants working here. You have illegal immigrants living above this business, living in the back of this business. You're unable to do that because they've made it hard for anybody to report illegal immigrants.
So based on what I research, a lot of research. Majority of the illegal immigrants are coming from Central America, like your El Salvador's, your Nicaragua. You got, some coming from Honduras right now. And they're trying to, come into the country. Why is it you feel they're leaving their countries and feel that it's okay to come here and make a better living?
Because Hispanics had told them, hey, come here. We can hook you up with jobs. It's just as simple as that. You have in California, you have a huge population of homeless Americans. These are American citizens living on the streets. You don't see any illegal immigrants living on the streets because they're housed.
And I saw a lot of black people on the street, and I was like, it quite shocked me.
Yeah. There's a lot. There's millions of American citizens living on the streets in California.
The majority of the people who used to be homeless in downtown LA are black people.
Get hooked up with a job.
All right. So you heard our brother. Now that's back in 2018, right? And just to get an earful from that brother, how it is for black people out there, I was like, wow, man. I said that is so. Yeah, I was kind of shaking my head about that. So I started looking more and more, into it, start talking more and more to y'all. Y'all come talk to me like on these live streams and things like that. And it made me start doing a whole lot more research. And then even for this video, that's just one video, right? And we can go along off of what this man said, how they gatekeep jobs, how they sabotage. Now, I've seen this happen, though, how they'll sit up here and try to sabotage black and white people. Because white people, I'm going to get on you, too. They sabotage black and white people on jobs, get black and white people fired on jobs, and then you will see their cousins, their uncles, their brothers, their sisters, and everybody on the job got fired because they didn't try to get you out of there, and their whole family is there. And don't let one of them get to become a supervisor. I've seen that. I've seen it. And now you have black men and white men, working class white men, who can't even get certain jobs anymore because that's the play now. Of course, the corporations has a lot to do with it, but that's the play. So when you have working class black men and working class white men seeing the play, because see, at first it was just happening to us, but now it's happening to white men. And now they're like, oh, hell no, they got to go. And unfortunately, that's how it is. They got to wait till it happens to them. Then now they're ready for people to start moving around. But when we were saying it, our people were saying that, hey, this been going on a long time. They probably would never touch white men like that, but like it's touching them now. Now, let's get on to something else. What's happening to black folks? What was happening to black folks in Los Angeles, California? Now, I know I've heard the relationship between blacks and Mexicans in Northern California is a little different, so I'm not focusing on that. But I'm only focusing on LA, Southern California, why black people have no reason to come out. Now, I want you to listen to this brother out of LA. Listen to this.
Padrinos, we had a rumble with them, catching fades in there. Obviously in the county jail, it's still like that, but I just remember even sometimes I had a little job, square job, late at night, I'm getting home off the bus. Mexicans on the bus, they ride the whole bus with me the whole time. The stop before I get off, they out there, they get off the stop before I get off, they chase me down, knives out. It's just always been with them. They always been, they out here, they write crabs. That's what they write. It's like a racist gang. They like skinheads. That's how it is to me. They put that on the side of black churches to be disrespectful. Chase black girls home just because they black.
Do you think it's really about Mexicans don't hate, that Mexicans hate blacks, or is it more, this is a Longos Crip thing?
I think it's Mexicans hate black, because if you come out here cripping from if you come out here blooding, they not gonna be your friend. If you walk through their liquor store, they gonna hit you up. If you say any type of crib, they gonna be on your head, but I think it's more so of a black thing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is, now you heard what that brother had to say, that he was chased by them. He didn't do anything to him. He said he was working a regular job, because they call it square out there. But he was working a job, right, trying to earn a living, and he had to run for his life with these dudes chasing him down, and he said it's based on race. It's not that it's some street business. It's not some street politics. It's based on race. You heard them say they are chasing down black women, black girls as well. So let me ask y'all a question. Who keep making videos at black people, talking about George Floyd? Why should black people come out there and help you? a lot of black people in LA right now, they won't tell you, but I'm gonna tell you, they are celebrating ICE coming in there right now. They're celebrating it because they're like, oh, now you get to get your just due. All this mess you've been doing to black people, and I'm not done. I'm not done. You think I'm done? I'm not done just giving receipts. Brothers can't get jobs. Sisters can't get jobs. You're gatekeeping them. You fix them where if they don't speak Spanish, they can't even get a job. This is the United States of America. English is the only language you need to speak to get any kind of job. And what I would tell anybody, if they tell you you can't get a job because you don't speak English, you need to sue under discrimination. And definitely with this administration, you probably can get to the Civil Rights Division real quick on that one. That's what I would do. If they told me I couldn't get a job because I don't speak Spanish, I'm suing. I'm going to the Civil Rights Division, the DOJ, and say no.
You ain't gonna
this
get
is
no
an
action.
English-speaking country.
Not with dumping.
You can't tell me I can't get a job because I don't speak a foreign language. Now, you could tell me that if I go to your homeland, that's different. But here, no. So this has happened to many black people. This same story this brother has talked about, right? And people that hear this stuff and maybe had the experiences, you expect them to come out there and have any kind of sympathy for any of you. Then you frame it, oh, well, ICE is just going mess with people that's just working. They're not committing no crimes. They're not doing this. They're not doing that. But you broke the law by coming in. It don't matter if you just working a job. If you break the law, you broke the law. Every country has immigration laws. Why is it that the United States of America immigration law has to be a joke? And it's a joke because of the freaking Democrat Party with this open border crap, and these people have gotten entitled. They're fighting more to stay here than, listen, all that fighting you're doing against ICE and the federal government, where's that fight in your homeland, bruh? Right. Why you didn't fight your government? Why you didn't fight them? Like you're trying to fight us. You're fighting our government. You're fighting ICE. You're fighting everybody to stay here while you trample the American flag, while you burn the American flag, while you wave the foreign flags, Mexico flag in particular. You waving all of that. If you love the country, go fight the same way over there. Make your country great. I support you. Like this is why people are not supporting you. Your optics is wrong. Your motivation is wrong. It's not based in righteousness. It's not. Right. See, when black people go out and fight, notice our fight is always based in something righteous. Let's go back to George Floyd. George Floyd's civil rights and human rights were violated that day. Yep. With that knee on his neck and him dying in that manner. That's what set people off. Not that George Floyd wouldn't rob somebody, and because the police are arresting George Floyd, we're gonna go tear up the city. No. If George Floyd did something that took him to jail like normal, nobody gonna say nothing. But y'all literally fighting for people who broke the law. You want to tear up an American city, and you don't even like America. You don't like America. You don't. All you want to do is take from America. Because if you loved America, you would do it. You would follow the laws. And then that's the thing. They still not being heavy-handed with y'all yet. Nope. Not yet. It's coming. I see it coming if you keep pushing it. But they're still not being heavy-handed. Because the majority of the police, LAPD, is their community. So they're holding back off of them. That's why Trump's sending all these, I heard you can send the Marines now. Then Trump come out and said that if y'all spit, we hit. That's something he said now? That you spit on anybody, he tell them to get at you. Knock the fire out of you, right?
I'll be there by tomorrow.
So in just those two videos alone, why would any black person come out and assist? Right. Why? The LAPD ain't been doing anything about you. But they've been harassing black people. Whole white supremacist gangs out there. Right?
Well, Uncle Phil, for your information,
now,
the LAPD
yeah, they ain't brought out the dogs. They haven't brought out the water hoses. They ain't brought out nothing on them. Right? But when it was to us, it was.
In addition to that, they have white supremacist gangs in the sheriff's department out there as well. called the Bambino
Oh,
Blade
hell yeah, they do.
and the Executioners.
Yeah, they do. And yeah, you're right. And then to prove your
holes
point
and
even
dog.
further, there was a LA County sheriff, man, who was either injured or shot. They took over there to the King Drew Medical Center, and the people over there in that neighborhood went out there and stood on the steps there at the King Drew Medical Center and said, "Let that motherfucker die."
Yeah, well, it's Killer Drew. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
Let's get to another video here I want to show y'all. Right? Them speaking on our reparations. I want you to hear this.
You better turn your radio back.
What do you think about these Black Lives Matter that they want to be paid for being what is it, slaves and all that?
Reparations.
Yeah, there.
Are you talking about reparations? Well, I heard they passed in North Carolina.
Yes.
But it was a small little town in North Carolina that passed reparations for whoever's over there. I'm sure they'll try to do something out here in California. I think they already actually got a little board going that they're going to start looking into it. So
yeah, and that's what we, the Raza, need to step up, protest, and I'm talking major, and turn around and tell them, no, nobody getting reparations until the Native Americans and the Mexicans get ours first. We've been going through this stuff a lot longer, so I don't
your
care.
ass, bitch.
Because it's
And
not
you may
fair,
go
dog.
get
How are you
your
going
ass,
to give
bitch.
a bunch of money to a specific group, dog? This is the United States, a melting pot. How are you going to give it to a specific group?
because right now they've got the white people with so much guilt. It was your parents. Well, and it goes back to this. That would be like me going back and talking about, hey, fool, you bust for my homie. You told me, hey, but then
No, that wouldn't even be like that.
That's
not even close.
Why?
It'd be like, hey, fool,
You motherfuckers
your
are not
great
qualified
grandfather
to speak on that.
busted on my great grandmother.
But that's what I'm getting at with that. Our stuff with our
You see,
Oh,
war
I would have
wasn't
been
that
on
long
hit
ago.
this bitch.
So if they can bring something up from 200 years ago, shit, this should be worse.
Right, Shabani. They did all.
And in
See, I would've
California,
been
when you
on
had the
hit that
California
bitch.
Reparations Commission, they were the community that was against it, along with the Asians too. You know, of course, we know the white folks will be against it, but they were some of the main people that was against reparations. They don't want black people to get reparations at all. But we supposed to come out as a community in California to assist them
And that ain't gonna happen.
with breaking
But I
federal
tell
law.
you
That's what we
what
supposed to
we-
get out there and do, right?
Okay, but I tell you what we can do.
So
we could
we
force
can't
this
get
shit.
jobs because you're undermining us and undercutting us and sabotaging us from getting jobs
No,
in LA,
we got to
or
create
LA
our own
County,
jobs
anywhere
and
those
hire
areas.
our own, and then get the
Then
economical power
your
to go buy these
domestic
goddamn
terrorists who's in
politicians
gangs are running
sell out,
around
okay,
attacking
for
people
the
who
reparations.
aren't even in
Does
that
that make
life,
sense, Brother
right?
Paris?
You're chasing people down. You're doing all kind of things. And when it comes to those gangs, I think President Trump should label them domestic terrorist organizations and go after them just for being in them. Go pick
No,
them all
Uncle
up
Phil, I have
and go
to
throw them in the
disagree with you,
deepest,
Uncle Phil.
darkest
I'm
federal
older than
prison
you.
that you
No,
got.
no,
Now, I'm
no,
going to show you
that's what
why
they
I
did to
feel
the
that
Black
way.
Panthers.
Let me go to an article from the LA Times. Get this article up on the screen so y'all can kind of see this here.
Uncle Phil, I blame that on your youth.
All right. So this from the LA Times. This is back in written July 7th, 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the headline. Latino gang members firebomb black residents to drive them out of Boyle Heights project. Prosecutors allege.
And they also was going in there.
You mean to tell me
terrorizing black people
FBAs
in
supposed to
Compton
go
at
join
that
with
time.
y'all after y'all were firebombing black people? That's what black
And
people
in
supposed to.
Compton,
Okay,
too.
so let's do a recap. Can't get a job, being sabotaged, say you can't speak Spanish to get a job, all of that. That's just number one.
Well, what they say,
Chasing
Boyle
people
Heights
down,
Project,
beating
that
people
sounds
up.
like Aliso Village.
People can't even go work a job.
I think
You're
it
messing
is.
with them or whatever in your domestic terrorist organizations. That's what they ought to be, domestic terrorist organizations. Then your domestic terrorist organizations are firebombing people to try to get people out based on race. Okay? So let me go ahead and get this off the screen. Right? So that's just so do you think FBA should come out there and help y'all? All y'all making these videos? let's get into it. It says 7 Latino gang members have been charged with firebombing the homes of black families living in a Boyle Heights housing project. An attack that federal prosecutors alleged was designed to drive African Americans out the neighborhood. So they basically was doing some ethnic cleansing. Okay, ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, I was living in Oakland
All right.
when they was doing that.
A federal indictment sealed Thursday describes how the gang members allegedly planned to carry out the May 12, 2014 attack, which came at the time when black families were increasingly moving back into the Ramona Gardens public housing complex after previous violence that prompted most African Americans to flee. Prosecutors alleged that the men broke the apartment windows before hurling Molotov cocktails, ladies and gentlemen, inside, a move to maximize damage, and struck homes where families, including children, including little black children, ladies and gentlemen, were inside. 3 of the 4 apartments were occupied by black families. So FBA is supposed to go out there and protest ICE? when FBAs were getting Molotov cocktails thrown in their homes, and they wouldn't bother nobody. They say this crime is particularly heinous because they attacked people's homes where children were sleeping. And that's an Eileen Decker. She was U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California.
So
the fact that the children were in danger made this.
That's why I want to see Terrence Crawford beat the living dog shit out of Canelo Alvarez.
Okay. And say the charges, they say, are the latest in several criminal accusations over the last 2 decades, 20 years, against Latino street gangs that use violence to push rival black gangs out of a certain neighborhood. A few years ago, federal prosecutors charged members of a Latino gang with a campaign to push blacks out of the unincorporated Florence Firestone neighborhood that allegedly resulted in 20 homicides over 3 years. In the Harbor Gateway District of L.A., it's a Latino gang was accused of targeting African Americans, including 14-year-old Cheryl Green, whose death became a rallying point against such attacks. It's a member of the Avenues, a Latino gang in the Highland Park, as they were convicted of a series of assaults and killings in the early 1990s. And the Democrat Party allowed black people to be targeted in that manner. And y'all tell me, why are you talking about the Democrats, Philip? Why you always talk about them? Because California is a Democrat supermajority, and they allow these people to do this. Unchecked immigration and attack black people and using them to ethnically cleanse black people out of California.
Elect a Republican governor and elect a Democratic lieutenant
Ramona Garden case, prosecutors described the defendants as members of the Big Hazard Street gang. An East Side gang.
Agree with you on that, homie.
Shabaka, the last 20 years has been a supermajority. That's what he's talking about. They're not talking about the whole duration of California. He's talking about the last 20, 30 years. It's been a Democratic supermajority.
Let me see. You said, okay, 30 years ago. Hold on, Brother Che. 1995 gubernatorial election would have happened in 94. That's when they elected that asshole Pete Wilson, who came up with that 3 strikes law shit. All right, the son of a bitch got reelected in 1998. Then after him, it was George Duke Mason. Wait a minute. No, Duke Mason was before Pete Wilson. Pete Wilson, yeah. He was the one that came out with that 3 strikes law.
Yeah.
And I'm going off of memory, man. You might want to pull up the data on it, Brother Che, to be more accurate. But I'm going off of what's left of my memory.
I believe you're correct, Shabaka, because we did cover this on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so 20 years since the Terminator's been in.
Yeah. And then keep in mind, man, starting the hip-hop era is when they had, so we're talking about pre-Snoop Dogg. Wait a minute. No, we're talking about when Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre and them first got started. Yeah.
Shabaka, that was almost 30 years ago.
Okay, so that'll be 1995. Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, over 30 years ago now, like 32.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it dates back to the 1940s. The charges include conspiring to violate civil rights, interfering with housing rights, committing violent crime to aid racketeering, and use fire and carrying explosives to commit a federal felony. And my issues with black folks with this is that if these are white people doing this mess, it would have been a problem. How y'all sit here and let them get away with this without this becoming a problem?
Right.
And I say for more than a generation, keeping blacks out of the housing complex seems a point of pride for Big Hazard. See, on August 30th, 1992, explosion ripped through the pantry of Ramona Gardens apartment where a black couple and their 7 children lived. They say when they ran outside, they realized that another black family across the street had been attacked just minutes earlier. At the time, only 7 black families lived in the project, but after the attack, they began to quickly pack up and leave. And that's why black folks aren't in L.A. They have been ethnically cleansed out, and LAPD let it happen. They let it happen. And yet black folks is supposed to go out there, and this is supposed to be the surveillance video. Let's go ahead and play that real quick. Let's see where this is at. Hold on, let me see if I can fast forward a little bit. Okay, fast forward right
Gardens. Here. Man, I ain't never heard of no goddamn Ramona Gardens. Hold on.
That's in Compton, Shabaka.
Ramona Gardens Housing Project. Okay, Ramona Gardens Public Housing. Yeah, that's in Ball Heights. Okay, that's where Oscar De La Hoya is from. Okay, so that's on the way to East LA.
Yeah, it's the barrio.
It's on the other side of the LA River.
You see all that? What they had going on? But black people supposed to come out and protest for y'all. But when y'all run around here firebombing black people and running them out of neighborhoods, and you wondering why black people not in California, LA like that no more. You wonder why? Because the Democrats allowed them to do this. Okay. They say eventually black families started moving back to Ramona Gardens, a sign of progress in the community and the city that had largely put aside the violence of the 1990s. But even then, a gang said no longer hold the sway that it once did to try to intimidate black residents into leaving. Some threats were verbal. Others came in the form of slurs, like the one written in the dust accumulated on the car of one black resident. So calling black people slurs. In one case, a rock was flung through a window. So black people supposed to go out and protest against ICE. Do you see why black people are saying, no, ICE, come on down here to LA. We need you here. Do you understand why in Chicago too? Why they saying, ICE, come on down here. Tom Homan, we want you here. Yep. Do you see why? Yep. Would you try to claim that you're innocent victims and they just targeting you? No. You have done some terrorism to black people. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, they still things seem to be improving until 2 years ago when Molotov cocktails used to throw at.
Go ahead, Shabaka.
Okay, I'm going to read this here. This is off the Atlanta Black Star. So therefore, Atlanta Black Star, we're giving you your credit, no copyright infringement. Latino gang leader who planned firebombing and ambush attacks of black homes in LA housing project sentenced. A Latino gangbanger who orchestrated a plan to violently smoke out several black families from their East LA homes in 2014 was sentenced to 16 years in federal custody. All right, so he's got 5 more to do. Okay. Carlos Ryder Hernandez was 36 at the time, was the leader of Big Hazard, a ruthless street gang that for years terrorized the Boyle neighborhood in East LA. Wait a minute, Boyle Heights, hey, Oscar De La Hoya, there's where you're from. Part of the gang's mantra was forcing all unwanted black residents out of their territory. Hernandez coordinated an unprovoked attack the night of Mother's Day 2014. 8 members of a Big Hazard street gang tossed lit Molotov cocktails through the windows of 3 African-American families' homes as they were sleeping. Each home was occupied by children at the time. The gangbangers also firebombed the home of a Hispanic woman who lived next door to one of the black families. The gang's intent was to force black victims to move from the housing tenement, according to federal prosecutors. Senior U.S. District Judge Christina A. Snyder handed down the ruling against Hernandez during a sentencing hearing Tuesday afternoon.
So Another reason.
All right, and then it goes on furthermore, but that is out of the Atlanta Black Star. Okay, I'm not.
4 apartments in Ramona Garden. Police said they strongly suspect the attack was racially motivated. At least one resident said at the time that she would ask for emergency transfer out of the complex, that she noted that things had been calm until the fiery attack. Others insisted they would stay. Okay, now they talk about the indictment, and yes, let me get you the update on that. So they say the East LA gang, this from the Department of Justice Archives, okay? So they say East LA gang members who led firebombing of African-American residents is sentenced to 16 years in federal prison. So they talk about the Big Hazard gang. You say it was sentenced today to 192 months in federal prison for orchestrating and executing the nighttime firebombing of African-American families at the Ramona Gardens housing development in Boyle Heights in 2014 in order to force the residents out of their homes. Now this Carlos Hernandez, 36 years old, known as Ryder or Creeper, was sentenced. Of course, the judge had gave him and say what she had to say. But I just want y'all to see here. Now we're not done. We're not done. This is the Southern Poverty Law Center right here. Okay, this is another thing. Latino gang members in Southern California are terrorizing and killing blacks. Now say acting on orders from the Mexican mafia, Latino gang members in Southern California are terrorizing and killing blacks. Now say here, ascending the steep steps, it said that led to the scene of her son's murder. 47-year-old Louisa Prudhomme is charged, it said, by a Doberman pincher. It said Prudhomme reached over a gate and gives the guard dog a rough pat on the head. It said Sam doesn't seem to remember me, she says. What Prudhomme will never forget is in the past, the snarling Doberman in the apartment on the hill where 6 years ago her 21-year-old son Anthony was shot in the face with a 25 caliber semi-automatic while laying on a futon she had purchased for him from IKEA. He died wearing a shirt that read, "Kept the peace." Now, Anthony Prudhomme was slain by members of the Avenues, a Latino street gang, but he was not a rival gang member or a police informant or a drug dealer. He was just an innocent little brother. The Avenues did not target him for the content of his character or even contents of his apartment. They targeted him for the color of his skin. Let me get back on camera here for a minute so y'all can see my face here. So FBAs is supposed to go out against ICE right now. They supposed to come out against the National Guard and the Marines. And this is what y'all been doing? And I know some of you gonna say, well, that's the gang members. That's not all of us. You didn't say nothing. So you take on all the responsibility of what they've been doing.
Right.
I ain't got nothing to do with it. I just want to work.
Was your complicity in it?
No.
Your silence.
You
was
take
your
on the responsibility of that. That falls upon your community. It don't matter if you had nothing to do with it. It falls on your community because you didn't say nothing. You didn't have an outcry, outrage, anything. You know good and well some of you, so some of your family members was part of these gangs, and you didn't say nothing. But we supposed to come out of our homes and go face the federal government, not the Marines that showed up. So we supposed to come face the Marines, we supposed to face the National Guard, and supposed to face ICE. For what? You were firebombing us. You were killing our kids. You harassing. The federal government been locking y'all up in some of the cases. This is why FBAs are saying we good. We are not getting. I better not see a single FBA outside their house.
Right.
And all this stuff been happening to black people. Can't get a job because you don't speak a foreign language. If you want to learn a language, that's your business. Learn it. But you shouldn't be forced to in the United States of America to get a doggone job. I'm just keeping it 100. Shall we continue here? Let's get back here. Hold on. Looking at the time here. I know I got a time limit. Now, I say Prudhomme was murdered because he identified himself as black. He was in fact mixed race, in the neighborhood occupied by one of the many Latino street gangs. Let's say in Los Angeles County. Incredibly, even though these gangs are fundamentally criminal enterprises, interested mainly in money, gang experts inside and outside the government, so they are now engaged in a campaign of ethnic cleansing, racial terror that's directed solely at African Americans. And you wonder why right now we have made sure to delineate from everybody and made sure to circle the wagons around ourselves. because these other groups have been sitting up here ethnically cleansing FBAs out of Los Angeles and Los Angeles County. Compton is not what Compton was in the 80s and 90s. When people hear Compton, they thinking that? No. Black people have been ran out of Compton. Now, I say the way I hear these knuckleheads tell it, they don't want their neighborhoods infested with blacks, as if it's an infestation, says a respected Los Angeles gang expert, Tony Raphael, who interviewed several Latino street gang leaders for an upcoming book on the Mexican Mafia, the dominant Latino gang in Southern California. It's pure racial animosity that manifests itself in a policy of a major criminal organization, and the Democrats did nothing but let it happen. And y'all sit up here got the nerves to tell me something about the Democrat Party, why I'm always on their butt, why I don't criticize the Republicans. I live in a Republican state. I ain't see this happen. I ain't see the Republicans let this happen to black folk here in Texas. There's absolutely no motive. It's an absence of the color of their skin. As former Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney Michael Camacho said, before he became a judge in 2003, Camacho successfully prosecuted a Latino gang member for the random shootings of 3 black men in Pomona, California. They generally don't like African Americans. Pomona Gang Unit Officer Marcus Perez testified in that case. If an African American enters their neighborhood, they're likely to be injured or killed. But we supposed to go out right now with ICE and face ICE and the federal government and risk federal charges, because anything you do against a federal agent, oh, y'all looking at some football numbers for real. But they'll find out the hard way later. They find out. That's a comprehensive study of hate crimes in LA County released by the University of Hawaii in 2000 included that while the vast majority of hate crimes nationwide are not committed by members of organized groups, Los Angeles County is a different story. Research found that in the areas with high concentration of clusters of hate crimes, the perpetrators were typically members of Latino street gangs who was purposely targeting blacks. This is coming from the Southern Poverty Law Center, y'all. Furthermore, the study found there's a strong evidence of race-biased hate crimes among gangs in which a major motive is not the defense of territorial boundaries against other gangs, but hatred toward a group defined by racial identification, regardless of any gang-related territorial threat. And it says 6 years later, the racist terror campaign continues. Okay, so I know I'm looking at my time. Let me see if I can just hurry up and get to something else. You know, this is another one here. Racism role in LA gang case rekindled. I think that's the one about Hawaiian Gardens, and I don't know if I should just maybe start picking. You know what? Let me pick up from that
is its own city,
because I'm gonna run out of time, and I want to make sure to give the right time to this. So we'll pick up from that tomorrow, because we got a lot more to cover. But let me say this, just a little bit that you saw, just that little bit. We supposed to come out there. Y'all better not send no TikTok to black people. You need to answer for this. You need to answer for this ethnic cleansing against black Americans in LA, in LA County. You come over here to this country off of the backs and the deaths of black people to get civil rights and even human rights. And then when you get over here, this is how you repay black people in LA, in LA County. This is how you repay them. And once again, I'm not saying all people in California is that way, because I said it in the beginning. In Northern California, here's a different relationship with blacks and Mexicans up there. That's from what I hear and talk to black people, okay? But we're talking about specifically Los Angeles, Southern California, Los Angeles County. And the Democrat Party allowed this mess to happen to black people. And y'all want to talk about voting for them? The Democrats was okay with open borders because you know how sinister, you know what I'm thinking? The Democrats had open border policies to bring them over to ethnically cleanse black people. It was the Democrats, that was their
That's a safe bet, Uncle Phil.
The Democrat Party wants us exterminated.
Man, the whole goddamn U.S. political system wants us exterminated, cat.
I can't vote for a Democrat. I sit it out. I just can't do it.
Yeah.
I can't vote for neither one of them motherfuckers, man. Next election I'm right there in Charlie Brown.
No.
It's dog Snoopy too.
The more and more you get deeper into California politics, you don't even start talking about the jail stuff.
Goddamn time on
in
that
the jail, they side with the Aryan Brotherhood.
Yep.
They side with the white supremacists against black people in prison, in California prison. You know that? But
yeah, that's a fact.
We supposed to, as FBA, we supposed to get up out our homes and go face the federal government. And you're fighting the federal government because you don't want to go back to a place that you're swinging the flag of. What kind of... that is the craziest thing I ever heard in my life. You swinging a flag of a different country, stomping on the flag of this country, but you're fighting our government not to go back to the place you so-called love. And when you are here, you're being domestic terrorists. The only thing I say, hey, President Trump, label them people domestic terrorists and just go scoop them all up. That's how you have to do it at this point. Yeah. Just get all their gangs, call them terror groups, and scoop them up, put them in. You say you're trying to reopen Alcatraz, send them over there. Don't deport them, send them to Alcatraz. You say you're trying to open that back up, put them over there.
Don't add up in my book.
Chicago, they're breaking that damn law.
Yeah.
They are literally breaking the law and thinking they're just gonna get away with it.
Yeah, and then so we're doing and you saw what I put off in a private chat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got jacked up by a couple of them motherfuckers.
So yeah, there's no pity. There's none of that. Lock their asses up. Like you said, declare them motherfuckers domestic terrorists and round them the fuck up.
Let me see what Prime One had to say here. He said ICE need to come to Port Arthur, Orange, Beaumont, Austin, Dallas, Taylor, San Antonio, Waco, the entire Texas region. But let me tell you the difference with Texas versus California. Greg Abbott and the and Texas Department of Public Safety, they will assist ICE. A lot of the local police departments here is going to assist ICE. It's not going to be, we ain't going to do nothing. They ain't going, nah, not here in Texas. Florida, same thing.
Down there with Governor Bud.
Now, what's going on in Port Arthur? I hear y'all talking about Port Arthur. What's going on there? Because that's my hometown. I haven't really heard a whole lot going on with them. I'm not saying they're not there, but you know, Texas is a little different entity. Now, around the border area, those counties, Hidalgo County, you know, what's the other county? Is it Brownsville County? All the little counties down there, it's mostly dominated Hispanic down there. And like I say, I've been there to those places, and I never felt like, ooh, man, I better get away from here. You know, I've never felt that being down there. Because, you know, if I feel something, I move around. I'm like, okay, shoot, especially you ain't got no tool with you at the time or whatever. But yeah, out there, I've been to LA. Yeah, the temperature's different. It's way different with them out there. I can just tell the energy was different. And, you know, a lot of our people left and went to Vegas, some of them. Some of them come to Texas. Some of them say, I'm going back south. Because at least I always tell black people, you know, the South is where it's at anyway. The South is your ancestral homeland anyway. We love to have
hell no.
You know, I always tell my brothers and sisters, come on back home to the South.
I've been through that
Chicago, places like that. Now we need to hold the ground in Chicago. That's true.
Fuck the goddamn
they got problems
South.
up there in Chicago too. That's why they begging for ICE to come through there. And ICE is actually in Chicago. I've seen some videos. And brothers and sisters are celebrating that ICE is there. Now, Trump, what you need to do is start a mass hiring of brothers and sisters to assist with these ICE operations. I guarantee a lot of them will start applying for them ICE jobs at this point. A lot of people actually would apply for them ICE jobs at this point. Be honest with you, Trump. Because a lot of people are sick of it now. They're sick of it. It's doing too much. They don't realize like what they're doing is not a righteous cause and it's making them look bad. Like this is not helping your family members. Y'all don't understand. You're not fighting the LAPD. You're fighting the federal government. They got access to facial recognition that the locals don't have. They gonna come see every last one of y'all. I'm telling you, it's a little different fighting with the federal government versus fighting the state. It's totally different. And y'all not gonna get the January 6th treatment. It ain't happening. They're gonna make an example out of y'all. You watch and see. They're gonna be crying on TV, oh, they did this to me. No. You were throwing rocks. And now they got you. Yeah, we gotta you saying jobs are scarce? That's why I'm a firm believer that we gotta create our own jobs. You know, that way nobody can take our jobs from us.
Uncle Phil, I've been saying that for the last
But as we wrap this up, let me go on and give you a short message from Lasherica real quick from AfroWire AI.
What's good, y'all? I'm Lasherica, your digital homegirl with the facts, the flavor, and just enough fire to keep it all the way real. Now, if you rock with Brother Philip, and I know you do, then you gon' love what we're building next. Head over to AfroWire AI right after this live stream, because we taken Black news into the future. It's powered by AI, but baby, it's still rooted in our culture. We don't play about our people, and we don't play about the truth either. So come through, subscribe, and let's wire up this new wave together.
Well, get with us.
All right, so after this live stream, ladies and gentlemen, you can go over to AfroWire AI, our new AI news network that is reporting the news. And like I said, we're going to use every bit of technology to do what we have to do as an expansion of what we do here. But definitely come back tomorrow night. We're going to continue to do deep dive into why Black people have plenty of reasons not to be out there at some ICE protests. I wish I would see some of y'all out there at this point.
Right.
Like, come on. If people can throw Molotov cocktails in homes with small children at, and you out there defending that, something is
Right now, areas.
Small children at, you out there defending that.
Yes, I agree. Uncle Phil, my 25 agrees as well.
Yeah, I had to agree with Uncle Phil on that one right there. Then you just and then Mac 285, you just heard what I read, man, that I pulled up from that. And I was living in the Bay Area at the time when that was going on, and I got loved ones who might have been caught up in that shit.
Yeah. So ICE ain't playing.
Well, let ICE go on and do to them motherfuckers what they're going to do.
Right. So ICE ain't playing. ICE is now going up into the bathroom stalls. To get
Damn. Motherfucker can't even shit in peace, huh?
Oh.
Damn.
From November 14th to 21st, we're inviting you to join us for a powerful trip to Ghana.
See this video at the level that ICE is going to do mass deportations.
No le doy.
Yeah, that's AI news right there, Map 285.
Estamos aquí, compa. Fuerza, ¿ok? Espérame. Sí, claro que sí.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're just gonna go in the bathroom. Cool. Here's the going inside.
Motherfucker can't even shit in peace. Damn.
Well, ICE is proving that it don't matter if you go to the bathroom. They will follow you to the bathroom stall to make sure they get you out of the United States of America. And a lot of people probably overseas that could be watching this channel, and you may say, well, what is going on in y'all country, man? Like, is it, you know, y'all lost your mind? Has Trump lost your mind? Well, listen, this is the thing. During the Biden administration, he let in record number of people into this country, record numbers. Okay. And the bad thing he did for those people was to leave them in a legal limbo. He didn't make sure that they were good to stay here. He just got out of office. And then here come Trump. Trump was warning before he got in office that he was going to do mass deportations. So the Democrats, the Democrat Party, and Joe Biden in particular, did not protect these people. And so they're up to be deported. Now, when other countries may be criticizing, let me say something else about a lot of countries. Some of you are mad about a lot of Americans coming to your country legally, like with visas. We're talking about legally. And a lot of you are saying in some countries, well, they're raising the prices. Well, Americans can't raise the prices. That's your local people there trying to get more of the American dollar, so they're raising the price, and you're suffering because of it. So it's the greed of the people in your country.
Not even going to be
but a lot of you are complaining. You say that these Americans need to go back to America because of the prices and all the things that's going on, right? Okay, that's how.
Outside of the United States, it is worth the damn though. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about.
Well, we need Jay Dizzle on that one there on digital currency because he has a lot of knowledge on it.
Okay, I'm not even talking about digital currency. I'm talking about the actual U.S. dollar. Outside of the United States, it's still worth something. So what he's saying is they're raising the prices in the countries where the American dollar is still being used by Americans that have traveled outside of the United States. They're saying that a lot of vendors in those countries are raising their prices so they can get more of the American dollar.
Mm-hmm. Well, if
how you feel?
Ibrahim Traore is successful,
because that's how it's affecting you economically. A lot of
goals,
Americans, and the reason why some people say they have voted for that is because all that has affected Americans economically as well. Now, the corporations, they benefit cheap labor. Hey, they save money. But the economics is this. All these people they brought in, they have to have a place to stay. We don't have unlimited amount of homes in America. They got to have some sort of car to drive, right? It's not an unlimited amount of cars in America. They come here to get jobs. It's not an unlimited amount of jobs in America. People have been reporting that they can't even make the money they used to make on Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, etc.
Yeah,
because
why
now the migrants are jumping on. All these migrants have jumped on there, and they're making pennies now than what they used to make prior to Joe Biden letting all these people flood into this country. So it has an economic ripple effect to American citizens. And I know how a lot of you are in other countries when foreigners, because you're quick to say that word foreigner, when foreigners come to your country and they start affecting you, you want them gone ASAP. And you don't be nice about saying it. So just as much as you would not like foreigners coming to your country and causing economic turmoil, taking resources away from the people of your country that your people fought and died for, or laws that y'all championed in your country, you would want a bunch of Americans coming there and just benefiting, and then at the same time turn around and call you lazy, right? Because let's say the Americans will take jobs that y'all won't work for cheap amount of money. Y'all have a big problem about it. Y'all be protesting, having a fit, will want those Americans gone. Well, it's the same way here in America. It's a ripple effect with all those people here. All those men, military age males, all these men that came here to this country has affected the job market, especially with black men. Because all those construction jobs that you see all these immigrant men are on, that was all black men who were working those jobs, and white men. Probably more so black men, but definitely black and white men was working these jobs. You don't hardly see no white men, and definitely rarely see black men. My own son has told me on his job, it's only like about 2 or 3 brothers, and the rest is all immigrants. Years ago, before this happened, when I was definitely a lot younger, the jobs that I would work with people would be black and white. That's what would be on the jobs. Where I'm from. Now, they maybe have a few Hispanics here and there, but it was mostly black and white. Some jobs had maybe some more blacks on them. Then you have some, depends on where you at you know, maybe living more white people in some areas, but it was mostly black and white. And black and white people can't get certain jobs no more. Certain places, you know you can go certain places, there'd be nothing but black people working there. Prime example. If I would go to Popeyes, it's guaranteed the whole crew black. Listen, I don't care about your stupid stereotypes. I'm talking about what I see and what I know. The crew will be black, right? Go to Popeyes now in the Houston area. You ain't seen a single black person there. It's all immigrants. McDonald's, all immigrants.
I don't eat McDonald's.
So where are these black people working? Yeah, it is. We're talking about the economic effect upon the pocketbook, and then all these people.
Regardless if you do it or not, Shabaka, those were the places where black people could find jobs. That's what he's saying. It don't matter if you patronize them or not. He was saying, look, this is where if you needed a job, you could go to get a job. Now you can't do that no more.
Yeah, because
people that come in here, they drive up rent prices because more people looking for rentals. They drive up prices with that. Gas prices is higher because more people are trying to get gas that you're bringing in here. Food prices higher. People not understanding the economic effect with all this unchecked immigration. That's why the price is so high too. If you take out all those people, even if you took out 75% of them, prices will have to start going down because it's not as much as the demand. You know the way the capitalism system works. Supply and demand.
That's why you don't.
If you have more demand,
and they would have to drive down
supply,
the price.
Prices go up. If you have more supply than demand, prices have to drop.
Shabaka, you gotta buy gas.
Okay, he just proved what I just said.
Yes, Shabaka, but you still gotta buy gas. You still gotta. This is essential stuff you gotta buy. I understand what you're saying, like don't buy the non-essentials, but he's talking about essential stuff that you need to buy. You gotta buy this.
Well, here's what I suggest. Here in Las Vegas today, right? Gas, 91 octane, okay? Because that's the only thing I put in my vehicle. I don't put the 89 shit. If it's below 90%, I don't put it in there. But anyway, a gallon of gas here in Las Vegas of what I described, man, is like about $4.58 a gallon. In California, man, that shit is $5.79.
Shabaka, remember when that shit was $9 a gallon?
Yeah, in California, hell yeah, man. That's just before I got about that raggedy motherfucker. And who was your governor at the time? Their governor at the time, that same motherfucker you got up there right now. Go Gruesome Newsom. And Gruesome Newsom gonna sit up there and bluff Trump. Newsom is crazy. Nancy Pelosi's nephew. And then for the people in California, don't make that woman the governor of California. Y'all know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, come on. Yeah. They are taking employment from us.
Yeah. But
it's just that simple.
Reason, so, like I said, Brother Trey,
what Trump is doing,
why we got to develop more,
even though it can look at times bad.
But Mac 285, we got to employ ourselves, homie. It's fine, Mac 285's coming.
You'll give these suggestions, but then the implementation of it is like, how are we going to do this? They're not giving us these loans. They're not giving us the capital to even start these businesses. So how do we go about
Okay, then what you would have to do, I hate to say, I'll tell you that in a private conversation, Brother Jay.
Okay.
Off there.
It's actually helping the local economies in those cities. They'll tell you, oh, we're helping the economy. You're helping corporations. You're not really helping the overall economy like talking about. Because the food, the light bill, the lights that you're pulling on, all those different things that you're pulling on. And then at the same time, you disrespect Americans. You'll tell Americans how lazy we are. How we don't want to work. and all of that, like you so much better or something, while you're swinging your foreign flag. And then when Trump say, okay, since you love that flag so much, let me go ahead on and send you back to the place you love. And you fighting in the street with him, don't want to go back to the place that you love.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Love it, Uncle Phil.
That's not really computing too well. But other countries throughout the world would deport people, and they deport people every day. What Trump is doing is no different than any other country. The difference with the United States, what I have seen by traveling, okay, the difference I've seen is that the United States have way too many people trying to flood this country, because other countries don't have this issue. Maybe some countries in Europe have had this issue, but not like here. And people feel like they're entitled to come here. They feel like they can break our laws here with no consequences. And if there's a consequence, they in the wrong. I'm talking about the federal government. They're in the wrong. That's some crazy work right there.
Yeah.
No, you got to follow the law of the land just like anybody else. So if they're going to come and get you out the bathroom stall, they're going to come get you. If they're going to come get you at the Home Depot, wherever, they're going to come. It is what it is. That's a risk you decided to take. That's like somebody going to rob a bank. You know good and well what you're doing is wrong, and you can get caught. You can't cry and say, oh, look how they treat me when you robbed the bank. You know good and well that was wrong. That's a risk you took to go get that money. Coming over here illegally, that's a risk you took to come here. And you could get caught and sent back. Hopefully they send you back. And what I've been hearing, they've been putting them in ICE detention, and there's no telling when they got people in there talking about, please send me back to my country. And they don't even know when they're going back. So that's why I guess Trump like, hey, if you self-deport, then it'd be better. So if I was in a situation like that, I sure wouldn't want to go sit no ICE detention. So I said, yeah, let me go ahead and deport myself, man. You know, maybe I'll try again after he leave office. But yeah, let me go back home. That'll be the best bet. Not to get caught up in that, just to go on back home. And I guess you can try it the right way after Trump get out of office. That was my best suggestion. But if you're gonna chance it, you know, y'all making videos. He's a father. He's a husband. What are you doing? He knew the risk. He knew it, and he felt that it was important enough for him to do it. So come on. Once again, any country in the world. Every country has immigration laws. Yeah. The United States isn't the only country with immigration law. Countries all over this world deport people every day. They do. So what the United States is doing right now is not something I would say that's cruel or abnormal. It's just we have a crazy situation with our immigration issue here. And because it's been so out of line,
family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor.
Well, he ended it early. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on why FBAs is staying home during all these anti-ACE protests that these Latinos is up here doing in LA?
Okay. One is that everybody benefits off of us, rather directly or indirectly. As you had pointed out a few episodes back about the civil rights movement, okay, then what had happened is that during the Black empowerment era, you had some of those factions that I was talking about reaching out to these other groups, okay? And also, too, for you Latinos out there, keep in mind is that it was the Black Panthers in California that led the great boycott to help Cesar Chavez, who had started the program of unionizing the United Workers. I mean, man, motherfucker be out there, man, picking that shit out there in the San Joaquin Valley out them farms, man, making like $35 for a goddamn week, man, and you busting your ass out there 18, shit, 10, 12 hours a day. motherfucker paying you $18 a week. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then the cold part about it is they couldn't get jobs anywhere else because of their status and what have you. See, you know, so basically what you got going on here, man, is like what the X-Man said way back then. What you got here, black family, is a bunch of hypocrisy. You see what I'm saying? And then we get caught in the middle because all these other groups talking about that we need to support them. Oh, let's work together. This, that, that, the other. We go broke, they get rich, and they turn around and say, fuck us. Just like what I pointed out there in the Nickerson guards out there in Compton. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and you all treat us like that. But you know what the sad part about it is, though, Brother Jay? And this is for real. I'm sure Chairman Seiko would tell you the same thing. At one time, man, blacks and Latinos, man, used to have a cohesiveness. You see what I'm saying? They really did. You know, they really did. And that shit deteriorated, man, you know, in the 90s. I'm up there on the BART train in the Bay Area reading about how these motherfuckers is going up there in the Compton with the Latinos running black people, you know, literally kicking in your front door, drawing down on you while you sleep. You see, running you up out the neighborhood in the middle of the night, stealing all your possessions. Now we out here killing each other over bullshit.
Yeah.
You see, they say that's what's so fucked up. And this is why I appreciated this brother that they had by the name of Tony Pico, that after the rebellion in '92, he was trying to bridge gaps within the black community across the factions. But they killed him.
Oh, yeah.
Me personally, I wouldn't be surprised if there was outside forces like what happened with Gary Webb. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what I'm talking about because I'm saying something without saying. You
Yes.
see what I'm saying? For security purposes. You see what I mean? You know. And this is why, man, like I told you when I was right down there in front of LA City Hall, coming in from a hard day of work. You know, like you come up to me, hey Holmes, you got some money? No. Well, man, I'll take it. I wouldn't snatch that motherfucker by his collar and say, man, I will whoop your motherfucking ass. And he pissed on himself. Yep. They say, you know, and Mac 285 says Phil is in line. They're taking employment from us. Okay, Mac 285, I'm going to communicate with Brother Che privately, man, because I got a solution for it. But I can't say it on the air.
Okay. All right, so I think I alluded to this earlier, but 700 Marines have been mobilized to LA amid rising tensions.
Gentlemen, you know, while it was...
Yeah, so Lisa Cabrera's going to give us the update on that.
Was over on Big Judah's live stream, I got a pop-up that 700 Marines have been sent to LA. So they're supposed to be there in 24 hours. And the deployment is by Donald Trump. So these 700 Marines will be joining the National Guard, which is already there. So, y'all, I mean, I don't know. I'm just thinking this is not going to make things better. I don't think Donald Trump is going to get the results that he's looking for in this whole thing. But we definitely know things are getting worse on the ground in LA. And the people there are fighting, the ICE agents, and of course there's agents from other agencies there, and they are fighting hard and coming out by the thousands. Now, from what I was reading over the weekend, they said it was like 10,000 people on the streets in LA. And that's a lot of people. And you have to keep in mind that will probably increase each and every day. They're out there protesting. So if you've been on my live streams, you have seen how intense things are there. Yeah. So y'all, let's get into this article.
Horror Spanish for everything
The city of Los Angeles braces for a fourth day of protests over the ICE raids. Just in the last hour, as we've reported, 700 Marines have been mobilized to join the thousands of National Guard troops who were activated by Donald Trump over the weekend against the wishes of California's Governor Gavin Newsom and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. The deployment of the Marines is a significant escalation by Donald Trump, and his willingness to use the military as a show of force comes as a bookend almost to that military parade he staged for his own birthday.
700 U.S. Marines deployed to Los Angeles amid escalating unrest over ICE protests. A wave of military escalation has reached Los Angeles as 700 U.S. Marines are being mobilized to support federal operations in the city following violent anti-ICE protests Sunday night. The Marines are being pulled from the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms, as first reported by CNN and later confirmed by News Nation. In light of increased threats against federal officers and buildings, 500 active duty Marines from Camp Pendleton will be deployed to Los Angeles to help protect federal agents and property, a senior official told News Nation. However, CNN Pentagon correspondent Natasha Bertrand later indicated the actual number could be as high as 700 troops, calling it a significant escalation in the use of active duty military against domestic demonstrators. The protests, which began as peaceful demonstrations against U.S. immigration and customs enforcement, turned chaotic late Sunday, with instances of property damage and clashes between demonstrators and law enforcement. The unrest has prompted the federal government to act swiftly and forcefully. Deployment sparks legal and political fallout. Bertrand also revealed that the rules of engagement for the Marines are still being finalized, with Pentagon legal teams currently reviewing what authority the troops will have when confronting civilians on U.S. soil. What's unclear is how these Marines will interact with protesters, Bertrand said. There is concern even within the Pentagon that this is moving into legally and politically sensitive territory. California leaders reacted swiftly and angrily to the news. Governor Gavin Newsom and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass condemned the deployment of both National Guard troops and active duty Marines to the city, characterizing it as an overstep of federal power and a political stunt orchestrated by President Donald Trump. This is not about public safety. It's about provoking conflict, said Mayor Bass during a tense Sunday night press conference. What we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is being fueled by the administration's agenda. This isn't
an experiment.
Leadership. It's incitement. Governor
Blacks
Newsom
gotta
echoed
stop
his
hiring
concerns and on
Hispanics
Monday
for
morning
everything as well.
filed a lawsuit against the
You're
Trump
right, Mac
administration,
285.
seeking to regain control over the California National Guard, which had also been mobilized to Los Angeles earlier in the week. The lawsuit argues that the White House has unlawfully seized authority over state forces without the governor's consent. Trump responds with aggression. President Donald Trump, who ordered the troop mobilization under emergency executive authority, doubled down on his position Monday afternoon, accusing Newsom of failing his state and going so far as to suggest he should be arrested. I think his primary crime is running for governor, Trump said during a press briefing in Washington, D.C. He's done such a bad job. It's a crime in itself. While no official legal action against Newsom has been announced, the comments signal an increasingly personal and confrontational tone in Trump's handling of the crisis in California. What happens next? The Marines are expected to arrive in Los Angeles within 24 hours, where they will join thousands of National Guard troops already positioned across the city. Civil liberties advocates have already expressed alarm over the unprecedented use of military force, warning that the response could escalate tensions and result in constitutional violations. This is not a war zone. It's a city, said ACLU spokesperson Jordan Mathis. We are watching the breakdown of local authority in real time, and the consequences for civil rights could be long-lasting. As of Monday night, the city remains on edge. Curfews are in effect across several districts, and additional protests are expected in the coming days. Whether the military presence will deter unrest or intensify the standoff between local leaders and federal authorities remains to be seen. But for now, one thing is clear. Los Angeles is becoming a key battleground, not just for public order, but for political control. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have to let me know if you think what Donald Trump is doing is going to help or it's going to make things worse. Being that we're in these final days, I just don't see anything that's going to make it better at this point. I really think it's that far gone. But you have to tell me what you think in the comment section. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
So I want you all to check out this video from this woman. She's a white Cuban. Check this out, because this is actually one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard in my life.
But if we're gonna use your logic, Black American culture, what is it, y'all? Entirely stolen from white people. Like I said in another video, Cuban culture is more closely tied to, related to, similar to African culture and Africa than Black American culture is. You guys are far removed from Africa. Your entire culture is white people culture that you've adopted and made your own, because that's how culture works.
I never heard the most ridiculous piece of crap in my life. I don't like some people. I don't think should even be allowed to make content sometime, because when you let some people speak and put certain things in the atmosphere, say, okay, all right, ma'am, who fled for her homeland of Cuba. How you gonna flee from your homeland and come speak on black people, FBAs in particular? There's nothing about our culture related to white people. Nothing. Matter of fact, white people don't stay away from our culture. Like, aren't you paying attention? Like, it don't matter where we go, what we do, no matter what they complain about with us, they always following us around. They want to repeat everything we say. They want to dress like us. They want to talk like us. They want to listen to our music. They want to eat our food. They want anything that we do, they want to be a part of it. It don't matter if it's something negative, or even definitely if it's way more positive. They want to be a part of it. We're not following them around. We're not going to their medieval times events. We're not going to their Renaissance festivals. We're not going to anything they have going on. I don't even see black people doing that. So man, what are you talking about? Show me the white folks. Like, did they create soul food? No. Did they create the Black American vernacular English? No, we didn't get that from them. All the music genres that we created, we didn't get that from them. I mean, all the things that we have done in the area of entertainment and sports, we didn't get that from them. Things from the arts, inventions, the many inventions that we have innovated in America, right? America wouldn't be America if it wouldn't be for the Black American. We didn't get anything from them. They benefited the most off of us. So, but you got to ask the question, what is white culture? That's always the question you need to ask. What is it? Because they don't really have a culture at all. They're always picking from somebody else's culture and trying to make some of their own. You understand? We believe in bathing. In their culture, they don't really believe in that. Let's call it what it is. They're still making arguments with people about washing their legs in the shower. We don't make those arguments. So clearly, no, we didn't take their culture. We in our culture, we don't go shoot up a school full of kids. That's what they do in their culture. And they justify it and say mental illness. And when people say, hey, you don't need those kind of weapons of war, they'll say, oh, no, I need it for protection. I need it for this and that. That's their culture.
Yeah, Kyle Shittenhouse.
That's not our culture. You have to understand that. We know what their culture is. And it's not ours. So the fact of the matter is, then you make a statement saying that your culture, you're saying Cuban culture is closer to African culture. What?
It is.
No, because if your culture was closer to African culture,
mother proved that,
then you would not have this hatred for black people or Africans or Caribbeans. Because a lot of FBAs have said in Miami that people like you can't stand FBAs or Haitians or the Caribbeans or Africans. So how are you going to sit up here and say your culture is connected to Africa? And let's call it what it is. The black Cubans, you don't like them either. The reason why a lot of people like you and your family fled Cuba is not that Fidel Castro was harming you. Fidel Castro was making the society equal and wouldn't let people like you oppress the black people. And you said, no different than those Afrikaners, oh no, I'm being oppressed. Let me flee to the United States. Castro wasn't harming y'all. You wanted to come over to the United States because you wanted to maintain white supremacy. That's how y'all got here, you Cubans. Because if you look at all them boats of Cubans, there's so many black Cubans right in Cuba. How come them boats wasn't floating full of black Cubans? You know what I'm saying? It's like these other ones that come over here on the southern border. Where's all the black people? You say you coming up here for a better life, but there's no black people? No, nobody black. But Latin America is full of black folk. I always tell y'all pay attention to that. It's never the black people of those societies coming up here or fleeing. It's always those other ones. And in Latin America, black folks are treated horribly. They're not treated better. So they like to play that. They want to jump in and out. Or 1 minute you want to claim Africa or some sort of blackness when it suits you, or you make an argument. But then another minute you want to, play this. Well, I'm white too, and all this. So you want to play both sides. And one thing that the Lord said about that, you either be on this side or that side, or he gonna spew you out. And I agree with that. You gonna have to pick a side. And sometimes you got to make a decision for people. And people like her and her community has proven to be anti-black racist in Miami. Now, if you want to circle back and get back to this LA conversation, you want to know who really who voted for Trump and the deportations? People like her and her community. Them Cubans, they don't like nobody else but themselves. You talking about proximity to whiteness? Oh, them Cubans. That's them. That's them. That I do know. You got a lot of sisters and brothers say, all right, when ICE coming to Miami? Because they ready for ICE to come to get them too. And ICE will be coming to Miami. You better believe that. And it won't be none of that situation going on in California. Because DeSantis is going to support ICE. It's going to be totally different than Gavin Newsom over there in California. But you got all kind of people just talking stupid out here. Like, can y'all leave? Why y'all always putting us in y'all mouth? That's my thing. Keep us out your mouth. Do you, whatever that may be. Everybody always got something to say about FBAs. Always. Y'all don't get tired of talking about black folk? You don't get tired of it? Like, my Lord, we are tired of y'all always talking about us. Do you? We not bothering with y'all. You come with your racism. We not even going over there with you. But a lot of black people woke up, though. A lot of them have woke up. They see the tactics. They see the little games that's being played, and they calling you out now, and that's good. That's extremely good. But that's the most comical thing. Black folks, our culture is white people culture. Man, I don't think them folks even know what culture is at this point.
Tonight, breaking news, a U.S. official confirming to ABC News 700 Marines now on their way to Los Angeles. In the Northeast tonight, storms moving in, the severe storm threat all the way to the south, 50 million Americans. The small plane crash off the U.S. right into the ocean. The first tonight bracing in Los Angeles after clashes between police and anti-ICE protesters. President Trump tonight ordering those 700 Marines to assist the National Guard in L.A. Some protesters setting cars on fire, attacking police cruisers, police firing rubber bullets, a reporter delivering her report, then struck by an officer's rubber bullet. And tonight, what's now happened after President Trump, when asked about the idea of arresting California's Governor Gavin Newsom, answering it would be a great thing. Matt Gupman, one-on-one with Border Czar Tom Homan tonight. Also tonight, the Northeast bracing for storms, severe weather, New York all the way down to Texas. More than 50 million Americans on alert. Ginger Z standing by with the forecast. That plane crash off the U.S. coast, all 6 on board feared dead. The pilot's final transmission crashing into the ocean off San Diego. And the other disaster, a skydiving plane going down with 21 people on board. The news coming in tonight in the hunt for that fugitive father, a veteran considered dangerous. Tonight, federal authorities now taking over the search after he allegedly took the lives of his 3 young daughters, where the feds are right now. Tonight, Martha Raddatz in Ukraine, just as Russia launches its largest attack since the start of the war. Nearly 500 drones and missiles. And President Zelensky telling Martha that 20,000 U.S. anti-drone missiles promised to Ukraine have now been sent to the Middle East. ABC News tonight asking the Pentagon. Back here in the U.S., a major court victory tonight for actress Blake Lively. Tonight, a federal judge throwing out actor Justin Baldoni's $400 million defamation suit against her after she accused him of sexual harassment. The Harvey Weinstein jury deliberations tonight, and the eye-opening note right here. A 4th person notifying the judge, I need to talk to you about a situation that isn't very good. The remarkable rescue. Look at this. A pet zebra here in the U.S. airlifted to safety. And tonight here we celebrate the music of Sly Stone. Remembering the singer, the leader of Sly and the Family Stone.
Yeah, he passed away. Okay, what are your thoughts on the Cuban woman saying that FBAs took their culture from the white folks?
Well, it's a paradox. Yes and no. First place, look at this language you speak, English, number one. No, because whites don't have the soul that we have. Why do you think in the Crenshaw district, it tastes the soul? If I got it right, Mardi Gras down there in New Orleans. Yeah. You see what I mean? Our music. Hell, we invented jazz.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You know, even old Sly Stone right there, although I was not too much of a fan of his, yeah. I did like his song called Dance to the Music.
Yeah.
But I didn't dig Everyday People.
Dance to the music. Yeah.
And then he did do another one called Fun in the Summertime.
Yeah, ain't no fun. Yeah, that's where.
And he did perform a lot over there when the party was doing his things in Defirmary Park.
Yeah.
Because, you know, he was out of the Bay Area. You know that.
Yeah.
And then, of course, he had Cynthia and Sister Rose, who used to play the trumpets for him. But I disagree with Mr. Stone when he offended the heavyweight champion. And Ike was so loaded, he did not know how close he came to eating one of Ali's right crosses. And Ali just said, look, man, I pretty much through talking to you.
Yeah.
Because had Ali would have hit that man, it would have been an assault deadly weapon on Mr. Ali's part because of his profession.
Right. So I can finish your thought on what you were saying. You said it's a paradox or something.
Yeah, paradox. A paradox is a contradiction that is true. Okay, where the woman said that black culture is white culture or some shit like that, or that American culture is black culture or what have you. Okay, was she there receiving a nightstick gliding gracefully upside her head? Was she there being treated like Emmett Till? Was her white ass up there on the auction block, like our 14-year-old baby girls were? Being snatched away from their parents, never to see them again? Of course not.
Yeah, they had no problem breaking up our families.
Yeah, that's precisely my point. You see what I mean? And this is why you and I disagree agreeably on this FBA definition.
Well, Americans or we're not, Shabaka. Either we built the country or we didn't.
No, we built the motherfucker, Brother Che. Now, we built the motherfucker. You are right about that. But look how they treated us. Like Dr. King, even when he got hit in the head with the rock up there in Chicago. He said, out of all my years living in the South, this is the most prejudiced-ass place I ever been, which was Chicago. So we need crew on that one right there. Because Chicago was a very, very polarized city. So then what happened in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, and what have you? Hooray for Hollywood. And everybody start bum rushing Southern California. Think they're going to be a great big star. Look what they did to Dorothy Dangerous. Look what that freak Harvey Weinstein or Weinstein man did to old girl Lupita. You see? And I hope Weinstein falls on that shit. Look what they try to do to our brother Terry Crews.
Fuck Terry Crews. Terry Crews is another raccoon too. And
okay, but he
white man to grab him by his.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You see, and then for those of you who never been to Los Angeles, okay, who want to go out there, and that is the entertainment world. This is the entertainment capital of the world right here, where I'm at in Las Vegas. So I figure if you want to get your start, you probably will be better off coming here first, then going to Hollywood.
Yeah.
But that's just an opinion. It used to be vice versa. You saw that classic line in The Godfather where Al Pacino told old boy, hey, man, the Godfather's very happy with you out here in Vegas. And he would like for you to talk to your friends in Hollywood to come out here to perform here because we're going to build it and make Vegas the entertainment capital of the world. And I'll be a motherfucker, man, if in 80 years they didn't do it.
Yeah, they did do it, Sabbath.
You see, so where's our group economics at? Sly Stone, may you rest in peace. I appreciate your contribution, but you had no business trying to disrespect the heavyweight champion. And you just don't know how close your loaded ass came to getting knocked the fuck out.
Yeah, let me see if I can find that video.
Yeah, it's on a Mike Douglas show. And you can see that Ali just veered off from the conversation. This here, Brother Cherry B, circa early 1974.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the Mike Douglas show. Sly Stone on Mike Douglas show with Muhammad Ali, and that should pull it up. Yeah, that's it. You just had.
Does your wife ever say things to you like our wives say to us?
That's not
be
it.
careful when you go out in the car.
Because the other one that they had, that Stone, is between Douglas and Ali. You just had it.
This one?
No, it's the one up at the top. The one with Stone is in the middle. That one.
That's the one I clicked on, Shabbat. He said that wasn't it.
No, it's that one right there. No, that's not that one.
And we on TV.
Yeah.
Like everything is so rosy. And I can't go off feeling guilty. There's too many wise people.
Muhammad. I'm talking now, man.
Hey, right there, you should have knocked the shit out of
me. The only thing we can do for brothers is to do what we're doing. Be examples and to be happy and to be intelligent like you are and like you always say.
And looking at Ali's temperament right there, he is pissed off.
How do you feel about that?
in the this, I'm too intelligent to debate with the brother on television, you know, or even clown with him on television. But behind the doors, we can have a good time, but not with all the people watching.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can.
Wait a minute. Now wait.
If we did, we'd be phony.
Now, wait a minute. That's not being honest. What you just said.
That's what I'm saying. We'd
Clowning
be phony.
behind doors.
We'd be phony if we didn't do the
I said
same
if I had
thing
any clown
out
with
here.
him.
No. You just said clowning
I said if I
behind
had
doors.
any clown
around
with
here.
Don't you agree with me?
Yeah, we're going to clown around. If you don't like it, I'm going to whoop you.
See, he's getting pissed off right there.
How would you, sir, getting serious for a moment, we were talking about the karate thing, and I've asked many fighters, how would a top-notch boxer like yourself manage with a guy who knows karate?
I think.
I mean, if they did.
If a
They
boxer.
wouldn't fight.
if a-
Not Muhammad.
Well, let him.
I'll talk when he's finished.
Okay.
That's right.
See
Always
how they
remember
just
that.
got pissed off with him right there.
They
That
would not fight.
motherfucker's loaded, man.
I'm telling you the truth.
Slide
A
low.
good Muhammad and a good karate man would not fight.
Well, let him answer it, slide, just for,
All right.
how would
See what
you
I'm doing to me?
manage?
White man doing that to me.
But I'm your co-host.
Yeah.
Half the action's mine. Now, how would they fare?
I mentioned the co-host on Change the Subject. I've been off of this show, the co-host, Johnny Carson, Dick Cavett.
Right.
And the shows, there's just so much laughing involved until I never will be a co-host until I can have who I want on the show, talk about what we want to talk about.
But I told you could do that.
Or it won't be a show. Hold it now, I'm just saying.
Okay.
But don't say this. The question, what was the question?
See what I mean? You can have who you want on the
Karate
show.
expert.
I had who I wanted to show you.
Top-notch
Fighter.
fighter and a karate man. The fighter wouldn't stand a chance because there's only one or two things he can do is ball his fist up and throw a jab. With the karate man, it's jumping and kicking and falling down. And it's too much. It's too
Put
much.
your arm up.
You clowning now.
I can clown on television. I clown backstage.
Champ.
right, that's
The
right.
people's champ.
That's
right?
right. That's right.
I'm not here to clown.
You see what I'm talking about?
From time to time, we've talked about your training camp. Can the public attend when you're training?
Yes, we have training sessions every day. 2 o'clock we're training from 2 to 3:30 in Deer Lake, Pennsylvania, about 20 miles out of Reading, Highway 61 North. And we have log cabins and gymnasium and kitchen, and we seat about 250 people a day, and it's real antique. We have big 50-ton rocks lined all in the driveway with the names of all the great fighters. I'd like to announce not only is Kid Gavilan with me now, but Johnny Bratton.
Oh, was a great welterweight.
He's had a lot of hard luck, and
Has
he's
he
just
ever?
doing nothing, and so I have a place for them all to live, and plenty of food, and plenty of money, so I'm sharing it with all the brothers.
Yeah, that's great. Can we go up? I asked you this once, and I think you thought I was clowning. Can we go up and film some?
Dick Cavett beat you to it.
He did?
He came up, but it wasn't, it's just a little thing. I think you can outdo him if you...
Yeah, he's very small. Yeah, we'd like to do it. We really would.
Anytime. We're starting training tomorrow, and I'll be up there until we...
September
ready to go to
24th,
Africa
you fight, huh?
to take this title back. Gonna be a major shock.
How long would you be preparing for this fight now?
3.5 months.
And you work hard every day?
No. About 5 days a week, not every day. Every day is too hard. It's too
I
much.
think Muhammad's good all the time. I think he's been training since he was born. You know, his head. His head, his arms.
Man, that motherfucker's
You think
loaded,
you
man.
really think you're gonna win that title back, Muhammad?
I know I am.
Get down, bro.
You know, I want to ask you something. You don't have, at least you haven't shown signs of having what they used to call in the fight game the killer instinct. When you hurt a man, finish him off. I've seen you hurt guys and back off, which shows a lot of compassion on your part. But the guy you're fighting has that killer instinct.
That's right, and I've been criticized greatly by people who I really respect for not going on and getting them. And I'm finished now. Next time I'll finish him off.
Okay, but there was the other clip of Brother Che that you had. While he was sitting to the left, I'm sorry, while he was sitting on the right side of the clip.
Occasionally, I walk out to the audience on the breaks and
Yes,
ask the
Richard
people
Pryor.
if they want anything. You're kidding me. The little girl says, yes, I want a hamburger.
Brother Che,
I
you
said, how would you
still
like
with
it?
us,
She said,
man?
medium with ketchup. And here it is.
You didn't hear us say, what about the Coke?
Oh, you know who that is?
Are we on the air?
We're on the air, yeah. Backstage is a guy who's been called a pop genius, an energy machine, a great creator against the wall rhythm and blues. And
Kissinger can't negotiate his contract.
that's right. And after a week as my co-host, I feel I can say he has a remarkable personality, and I want you to welcome Sly Stone. Yeah. Okay. How do you feel today?
Fine.
Right, check.
What's happening? What's going on?
Okay. I was worried about you because we called.
How you doing, Sly?
Which way? This way?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, this way. We called and somebody said we were going to go at 7:15, and somebody said 6 o'clock.
Richard told me
Slice in New York, and I thought, and somebody told me you were being driven down. I said, well, no way he's going to pay you food down.
You know, Sly is such a ladies' man. The Wicked Witch of the West gave up her shoes.
Okay, Richard. What is it? All right, now.
Let me check my breath.
I thought you were going to do something else. I got something for you, though, brother.
Hey, you're getting. This is a very comfortable medium for you. You know, the first time you came on the show when this Tommy and Dickie's mothers were here,
yeah,
you were very nervous.
Yeah.
And you told me you were nervous.
Yeah.
But you're not nervous anymore on TV, are you?
Yeah.
What kind of a reaction did you get co-host week with me?
Good. The best ever, Mike.
That's wild.
The best ever. Everybody thinks you're very, 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 very hip.
Thank you. And you know, when you were here, it was a couple of days before your fantastic wedding, which took place at the Garden.
Right.
I want to ask you something. Did you really have a streaker at that wedding?
I don't know one.
No, but I read.
It's possible.
I read there was a streaker at the wedding.
I think there were a number of them at the
There was
party.
20,000 people there.
Over 20,000.
There were 23,000 people.
22,000 people.
Yeah, and there ain't enough clothes for all them people, so you can. So you got to imagine there got to be 200 people without no clothes. At least.
Did the bridesmaid wear black? Seriously?
I didn't see all those people.
The bridesmaid.
Did
she wear black?
Because that's what I had nothing to do with. Is that racial, brother?
Yeah.
Is that racial?
You out of pocket,
I read that. I think he out of pocket.
Yeah.
Myself.
I mean, you trying to play. I mean, we didn't want to say nothing, man, but that's cool. I mean, go slide.
No, we doing that.
Man.
I
just came on the show to do the thing, man. About the black bridesmaid.
Hey, you know what happened though, Mike?
No, what?
I got in trouble on with my mother-in-law. You better leave me. All right, Richard. You better leave me alone, man. I got a partner backstage that hit full
and fast.
I told Ali he was gonna win. He got wild on me.
I knew Ali was gonna win.
Remember he got crazy on me on the show.
I don't remember. I didn't see that show. I ain't cleaning up for you and Ali.
I forgot about your memory.
Yeah, that was quite a show. I'll
never do that, man. You gotta share it.
Say, man. I don't think something's.
Hey, Mike. I got in trouble. I told Raul Rivera. Is that his name? That's his name, right?
Yeah.
Raul Rivera. That's why you say that when you go to college and come out. That my mother-in-law played in Planet of the Apes, and she did, but she's a beautiful lady, you know. And she called me up screaming, man, because naturally everybody would think that she, well, by saying that, I didn't think, get off the floor, man. Planet of the Apes. All right, okay.
No, I gotta see you.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay, home. You gonna do me like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now what? I only got up because you were serious.
What's happening?
Watch me find the place. So your mother-in-law got upset.
She got upset, but she's not upset anymore. She's a great lady.
Yeah. And you wondered, why'd you bring it up, Sly?
Because
if she's not upset anymore, why did you bring it up?
Because you talked about the marriage and 23,000 people streaking. I wouldn't want you to talk about something like that and black people and black mother-in-law and stuff.
Oh, no. I read that. I don't play that, man. Oh, that's right, man. I told you I don't mess up. Hey, but you're right. Look at the trouble I've been. I'm only going by what I read. You was backstage telling me, I'm going to bring it up about the black. I said, you're in trouble, man. Don't do that, man, because Sly don't play that. You said, oh, I'm going to do it anyway.
They told me that I was the only one, and I am, that can make Richard play drums.
I believe I heard something about
I can
that.
make him play some drums, buddy.
Well, can you wait till we stop and sell something, and then we'll come back?
Sell
And will you sing if he plays drums? As we left you, Sly was saying on yesterday's show.
High as hell. Alright, Shabaka, so that's the clip of that. Shabaka? Ooh, Shabaka? Okay, Shabaka, have a good night. Yeah, I think I dozed off temporarily. Yeah, I think I dozed off. Shabaka. Thanks for joining me. Alright, so I'm gonna play this video of the feud between Trump and Elon Musk next. This whole piece of it. Sorry, I don't understand clip now. I understand Feud over out there. So Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on this. Does Trump's feud with Musk change MAGA?
And this is the moment of truth. This morning's briefing is a subject that happens to be noteworthy in passing, but it's not one that I cared about a lot, mainly because who couldn't see this development coming? A lot of people have rightly called Elon Musk a racist and a white supremacist, and some of them have said he needs to see things through black eyes. Well, it looks like now he has, in a manner of speaking. Who would have thought that one of the casualties of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency would be to downsize Elon Musk right out of the administration? So, the orange man and the great white dope are having a falling out, and it couldn't go any other way. There's no honor among sleaze. There was some sort of altercation that Musk was involved in, and then afterwards he said he was leaving the White House, and then the online flame wars began in earnest. Trump accused Elon of Trump derangement syndrome. Musk said that without him, Trump would have lost the election. Trump threatened the economic equivalent of the nuclear option, cutting off Elon Musk's government subsidies that he relies on. So Musk decided to drop a bomb of his own, saying that Trump was in the Epstein files. And for good measure, he said that he supported impeaching Trump and to replace him with J.D. Vance, not to mention he said that he's publicly opposing Trump's big, beautiful bill. A lot of people have been opining that Elon Musk is a drug addict, and that's easy enough to believe, but apparently he must have been on a hell of a bender when he pulled this tweet storm. How did it come to this? Well, in truth, it's been brewing for years. In June of 2022, exactly 3 years ago, Musk was on Twitter saying that Donald Trump needed to hang up his hat and sail off into the sunset and not consider running for re-election. Musk did, however, correctly predict that Democrats' avalanche of legal action against Trump would make it where he would be forced to pursue a second term out of sheer self-preservation. But then again, I also told you the same thing. That's no surprise. You can file that one under excruciatingly obvious. But on the exact same day that Musk was saying Trump needs to sail off into the sunset, he also tweeted that Trump would be over 80 years old at the end of a second term. Too old to be president. Instead, Musk offered that DeSantis should run against Biden in 2024, saying that he would win easily, that he wouldn't even need to campaign. Wouldn't need to campaign? Ron DeSantis? Of course, Musk had so much faith in DeSantis' ability to win without campaigning that you'll recall a year later in May 2023, Musk personally launched DeSantis' failed campaign on Twitter. Musk thought that it would be a pivotal moment in world history and would mark the moment when social media would become the place where politicians had to go if they wanted to launch a campaign that would reach the world. Instead, there were so many technical difficulties, not to mention for the few moments they were actually up and running, they couldn't have a coherent meeting, that instead of launching DeSantis' campaign, it killed it dead. Not that he had much of a chance to begin with. I guess Musk figured all you needed to become president was to merely be a mouth-frothing anti-black racist. Trump ran, of course, for re-election, and Musk quickly changed his tune, giving $288 million in campaign donations, practically all of it to the Orange Man, and he very briefly got to play act at being a White House cabinet member. Musk brought his clown car of tech bro buffoons and digital deplorables with him and showed that the kind of jocular, asinine behavior that he publicly engaged in was also what his employees did too. $288 million just to have his little brats crawl on the floor of the Oval Office, for him to then be humiliated when his Doge circus wound up mass firing people just to beg many of them to come back soon after, and then to get socked in the face by someone, and then for the coup de grace to be unceremoniously booted out the door. All that for $288 million. Well, that was certainly money well spent. Steve Bannon, on the other hand, has been spending this time railing against Musk, as he's been doing from practically the beginning, and he's now publicly saying that Donald Trump needs to investigate Musk's immigration status and seize SpaceX and all of its assets under the Defense Production Act. So basically, Bannon's saying it's going to be a lot harder for Musk to directly plot against Trump or protect his corporate holdings in America once he's been deported. Obviously, Bannon simply wants his old job back because Musk holds the position that Bannon had in the first Trump administration. But we also see that he got the boot too. This is a microcosm of the kind of internecine strife and antagonism that these white supremacists have always exercised against each other. Without black people to use as a distraction and to focus their violence and evil upon, they would do what they did in both world wars, be trying to wipe other white people out. They need us as a distraction to keep from destroying one another. And that's the reason why this couldn't have gone any other way, because it never does. Doge and MAGA are at war. Nice to see the barbarians have devolved into the Hunger Games. So much for draining the swamp. Musk is a huge part of why the federal budget is what it is. His entire business model is based around getting government money by dealing in highly government-regulated industries, like green energy, that's where the electric cars come in, and rockets, which he uses for his satellite scheme. And while a lot of people have tried to say that Trump and Musk had this falling out because they're so different, that's not true. The problem with them is that they're exactly the same. As the old saying goes, opposites attract. But these white supremacists don't believe in having anyone who shows up and doesn't walk completely and thoroughly in lockstep. So of course these guys are going to be at loggerheads. Theirs was never a partnership, and it was never based on mutual respect because white supremacists don't believe in respect. They only believe in control. There's no principles at work here. These guys don't have any principles. Elon Musk is just trying to solidify his huge government grift and the governmental money that he's depending on to maintain the stock price that his alleged wealth is based on. And as for Donald Trump, he's just trying to stay out of prison. This is the problem with having your organization based on alliances of convenience. The convenience never lasts for very long. But don't let anybody on the white left tell you that the infighting amongst these racists means anything. As I've always told you, whether it be the white left or the white right, they're all operating out of the same playbook. Even the most vicious and even violent fights we've seen amongst them are just them brawling about which one of them is going to hold the whip over us. 2 world wars and hundreds of millions of dead white people didn't change that. So a little bickering amongst two high-profile bigots isn't going to change the facts on the ground either. Sure, they may be fighting today, but anti-black racism is the glue that holds their little enterprise together. So let them see some black folks who are starting to get a little bit uppity, and these guys will be best buds all over again. Hell, they may not even wait that long. What they're fighting over is basically generally shared aims of how to best maintain white supremacy. You got two dyed-in-the-wool racists here, and if you ever needed proof that old saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, isn't always true, well, here it is. Of course these two are at each other's throats and having double knockouts in the Oval Office. There's no honor among sleaze. The only thing these people are loyal to is the system of racial goodies, giveaways, and guarantees that they all depend on. As long as that system is still in place, and they feel they got access to it, then they feel they also have the luxury of occasionally putting daggers in one another's backs. But there is one thing that Musk tweeted that I think is important. In fact, I wasn't going to do a briefing at all about the bickering between Musk and Trump. That is, until I read this tweet and thought better of it. You see, Musk tweeted to his fellow white supremacist Laura Loomer that something to ponder is that Trump has 3.5 years left as president, but that Musk will be around for 40 plus years. That's both ominous and most likely true. The richer you are, the more likely you'll live beyond the standard 75 years because you have access to the best health care, and the richer you are, the less stress you have to put up with. But beyond that, Musk is talking about the techno-oligarchy that he represents. He's part of a gang called the PayPal Mafia, which also includes another billionaire bigot, Peter Thiel. And while Thiel's not quite as high profile as Musk, he is every bit as mendacious and petty. Just ask Gawker if you doubt that one. Musk understands that the elites have been running America a lot longer than Trump has. Musk understands that he didn't need DeSantis to win the election or even get the nomination in order for him to gain access to the halls of power. He's the richest man on earth. He has hundreds of billions of dollars, and that being the case, Trump or any other politician, even the Democrats, will make a deal with him no matter what they think of his personal politics, his public statements, or whether he was backing their opponents previously, or whether he made statements saying that such and such candidate can't win or shouldn't even run. Come along with a big enough paycheck, and they'll change their tune. Musk will be a fixture in American politics for many years to come. He's only 53 years old. He's also living proof that Generation X could stand to have some chlorine in the gene pool. But, however depressing, he's got a valid point. Musk will last a lot longer than MAGA. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Frederica Moore, Tyrone Jones, Jacques Hargett, Leonard Cottingham, and Elisa Boutte. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna play this Twitter space from Tariq real quick. Jason Willock says, Black Americans benefited from slavery. No, the fuck we didn't.
Yes, indeed. It just them look bad. They think it makes us look bad. Makes you look bad. Mm-hmm. My man, I appreciate you, Glitch. You know, that reminded me of something. Did y'all see Jason Whitlock's big chunky ass? Well, y'all probably, he's always saying something Sambo-ish, but there's a video clip somebody sent me of him talking about it. And, you know, and look, I know he's performative. I know he just says stuff in order to try to go viral, but he was like, yeah, I'm going to say it. Black Americans benefited from slavery. Black Americans benefited a whole lot from slavery. If you didn't benefit, you would have left already. But yeah, I'm saying that slavery was beneficial to Black Americans. And, you know, we know that he's trying to, trying to get him some extra butter biscuits. And that's the white supremacist line. They think Well, when they try to portray slavery as some type of come up for us, well, if you weren't enslaved, you'd be in Africa starving, right? It's that type of narrative that they like to promote. Reject that. Listen, we didn't benefit from no damn slavery. Let's get that together. Slavery was a crime against humanity. That wasn't a pathway to no damn benefit. Slavery in America, that was a system of kidnapping, rape, torture, forced labor, cultural genocide. To say that the victims of that benefited from their assault? No, that's an immoral distortion. That's like saying a woman benefited from rape. Well, you got some money, yeah, so you benefited from it. You benefit from getting raped. You got a payment afterwards. No. Yeah, intergenerational trauma is not no damn benefit. Foundational Black Americans who were enslaved, we suffered generational trauma, mental, emotional, physical scars that's been passed down. They've done epigenetic research showing that trauma can imprint on your DNA. So, our communities today, we're still addressing this unresolved harm. That's not a benefit. Systematic economic theft and no economic advancement, that's not what benefit. We produce trillions of dollars in wealth. You understand? That these people have locked us out of. Yeah? And after slavery, they threw us out here like, okay, zero generational wealth, while white America was just rolling in all of the money and resources we accumulated for them. Where is the damn benefits? That wealth gap is still alive to this damn day. You understand? Where's the benefit? That notion of a better life, that's historically false. That y'all would have been worse in Africa. No. Because again, some of us were already here, and some of the African nations thousands of years ago, they were advanced, stable, thriving before European intervention. Yeah. And also structural racism that's still ongoing, that's a legacy of slavery. The reason why we have all of this insane racism now, that racism now that we have was born out of slavery because they needed a reason to justify dehumanizing us. So they had to come up with all of these racist tropes that are still alive today. That is not a benefit. You understand? Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration, police brutality, that what benefit? Those are the benefits? Yeah. Slavery, it tried to suppress our cultural development. It didn't enhance it. You understand? Those are white supremacist talking points. See, the thing is, the truth is, we started benefiting in spite of slavery. You understand? We started benefiting and accumulating certain levels of success in spite of what these white supremacists did. See, we had to forge a distinct ethnic identity through survival. You understand? We developed a resilient, cohesive culture rooted in a shared struggle in spite of these people harming us, in spite of them trying to erase us, erase our culture, spiritually crush us. We got benefits on our own in spite of what they did. We had to show cultural brilliance as a weapon of resistance. Everything we've done great was in resistance to what these people were doing. Family, you understand what I'm saying? When we start having our music forms, those were forms of resistance. Jazz and blues, these were resistance art forms. Fashion, dance, the way we made food, that was resistance. That wasn't a benefit that they gave us. So when we got out of slavery, we had to build self-sustaining communities on our own. which these people tore down, and we had to keep rebuilding over and over again. Where's the benefit from them? See, after slavery, these people just drained our resources. We had limited resources, but we had a collective will, in spite of the limited resources, to build thriving communities. We looked out for each other in spite of the anti-Black war and the white terrorism that they launched on us. Them burning down Tulsa, that wasn't a benefit. Them burning down Wilmington, that wasn't a benefit. Them putting freeways in our prosperous areas after we built them in spite of their racism, that wasn't a benefit. No, we don't give them props at all. That's Sambo talk. You know, we created political movements that changed the nation. We led movements that forced America to expand civil rights for all people, immigrants and other so-called minorities. The benefits were coming from us. Yeah? That's where the damn benefits were coming from. And then we had to establish institutions independently, our schools, churches, civic organizations, businesses. We were building these things in spite of these terroristic ass white supremacists. We had to have spiritual elevation in the face of them trying to dehumanize us. These people were putting false Christianity on us, a false form of it. We had to reinterpret it through our spirit of Majara so that it can be interpreted the right way. You understand? We had to reinterpret Islam, just like our great brother, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, so that it would be practiced the right way. So we had a spiritual alchemy that helped foundational Black Americans remain psychologically and spiritually grounded in spite of slavery and white supremacy. And we had to be innovative under these systematic constraints. You understand? The George Washington Carvers, the Madam C.J. Walkers. We had to build things out of necessity. The reason why people like Madam C.J. Walker, they became so wealthy is because, y'all listen, y'all understand, after slavery, white snake oil salesmen would go around the country and go around the Black communities selling Black women hair products that took their damn hair out. They would sell them some bullshit ass products and it was tearing their hair up. So these sisters said, hey, let's work with some of these root workers and get some of these herbs and let's put some products that's going to be more beneficial to your hair. So we were doing things in spite of what these folks were doing to us. Madam C.J. Walker created direct marketing as we know it, her and Annie Malone. They created what Amway does, and I talked about this before. Amway, Mary Kay, all of that direct marketing where you have multi-tiered salespersons working for a corporation, and then they bring somebody in and then they get a cut. They bring somebody in, then they get a cut. That started with Annie Malone and Madam C.J. Walker. And they did that out of necessity. Because of Jim Crow, you had to have certain networks of people in order to communicate with and get down with. We had things like the Green Book. So we had to have little networks of people who we dealt with in order to be safe because we were living in hostile environments in Jim Crow. That's not a benefit given to us by them. That's something that we created for ourselves in spite of their damn terrorism. We got to put stuff like that in context. And I get it. I know that Jason Whitlock is a big, fat, juicy Sambo. I know it. I know that. And him saying stuff and people like him who say stuff like that, look, when they start talking all of that Sambo nonsense, that slavery was a benefit and oppression was a benefit. You know, the Sambo class who's been defeated, psychologically defeated, they have to say that stuff. That's a survival mechanism for people who are mentally defeated. People who say that stuff, they have internalized depression. They have to cope with the pain of their own defeat. They're not going to resist, so they got to rationalize injustice so they can avoid the discomfort of acknowledging their compromised position. And, you know, they'll trade their dignity for proximity to power. You know, they need access to white approval, white platforms, so they can get little financial gains. They try to be the safe Negro. They'll try to echo the white supremacist narratives so they can get a couple of butter biscuits. We know that. That's them doing a public display of loyalty to the oppressor. Anybody saying slavery was a benefit, they're showing I'm loyal to white daddy. They're doing performative subversions so they can just keep getting scraps off masses' table. They've abandoned the ancestral struggle. You understand? They try to do this self-denigrating, masquerading as realism. You know, they try to, oh, I'm just keeping it real. I'm gonna keep it 100. No, you Samboing. You're not, that white supremacist has been saying that nonsense forever. You're trying to get a bag. You're a self-hating Sambo who's trying to get a damn bag. Just say that. Yeah, you're trying to mask your cowardice as intellectualism. See, a lot of these people have been psychologically defeated, and then they try to get into this fake intellectualism, like they're doing some deep takes about how adversity makes you stronger and all. Adversity caused by systematic evil is not a blessing, and trying to frame it like that, that's just cowardice. Because you know, these Sambos know if we're back in slavery, they'd be right there in the big house rubbing Massa's butt cheeks. And big juicy Sambo, Jason Whitlock, he ain't about to miss a meal. He ain't missing a meal for nothing. So he's going to be right up under the table getting plantation scraps.
I have an exclusive, all right? I got the receipts. Remember the pastor in Alabama who was arrested for watering his neighbor's plants? Remember that? Remember the white female neighbor is the one who called the police on him and said she made a mistake? I have the exclusive 911 call here, and it does not tell the same story that she told. To remind you of what happened, here's the arrest.
Howdy.
Hey man, how's it going?
Pretty good. What you doing here, man?
Water flower.
All right, they saying that, is that your vehicle?
No.
It's not?
It's the neighbor's vehicle.
The neighbor's?
314, I'll be on 13.
Okay.
Yeah,
You live here?
no, I don't live here.
Okay. They saying that this vehicle is not supposed to be here and you're not supposed to be here.
Who's saying that?
They called about it. I don't know who called.
I'm supposed to be here. I'm Pastor Jennings. I live across the street.
You're Pastor Jennings?
Yes, I'm looking out for their house while they gone.
Okay.
Watering their flowers.
Okay. Well, that's cool. Now, do you have like ID and all?
Oh, no, man. I'm not going to give you no ID.
Why not?
I ain't did nothing wrong. And they did
Well,
nothing
look,
suspicious.
listen, I'm not saying do nothing wrong.
Doc, listen,
There's a suspicious person.
Look, I used to be a police officer in Goodwater. Don't come here with that. Okay.
Look, man, don't do this to me. There's a suspicious person in the yard, and if you're not one to identify yourself.
I don't have to identify myself. It's not a stop and identify state. That guy know me. He came to my store that got broke in. I live right over there across the street. Who called y'all?
That's what we got to figure out. But
Yeah,
first,
who called?
Do you
This
live
black
here?
man
He
out
don't
here
live here.
warning his neighbor problem. You think
I'm
here
not
doing
saying
something
nothing
illegal.
about.
You have no right to approach me if I ain't did nothing suspicious or nothing wrong. Told him I'm a pastor. I pastor, so I don't want to hear you.
Sir.
You want to lock me up? Lock me up.
Nobody wants to
Lock me up. I'm not showing y'all anything. I'm going to continue to run these flowers. I don't.
They then proceeded to arrest the pastor, and they had to make up a reason on the back end. Here's the arrest.
Simple. We got one that's not listening to it. Look, man, let me see your phone. Let me see your phone, dude. Just calm down, okay?
No.
Stop.
I like this.
Okay. We're just trying to talk to you and see.
I don't want to argue with you, okay?
All right, go ahead and do what you got to do, dog. Do what you got to do. Go on and lock me up.
Look, just have a seat.
It's already
not locked up. You're
It's
just.
already a lawsuit,
Yes,
dog.
sir. Yes, sir.
It's already a lawsuit.
Just have a seat, okay?
Okay, already a lawsuit.
Okay, look, man.
Who called y'all?
We.
I don't have to ID myself.
You will not listen.
I have a call on you. You have to identify yourself to me.
I
You
don't.
understand what
No,
I'm
I
telling
don't.
you?
No, I don't. You wait, watch how you want. Take me down, book me. Go do what you need to do.
I have more video and I have receipts of that 911 call. The officer said, "We got one not listening to us." I researched the Alabama code, and there's no such statute of not listening to the police. He did nothing illegal. And Pastor Jennings was correct on the law. The law in Alabama states that you cannot stop and require an identification from a person on residential or private property. That's what the code says. Pastor Jennings was correct. Now, who called the police? Well, his neighbor, Amanda, called the police. And when she was approached by the cops, here's what she said.
Do you know that gentleman back?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Does he have
He
permission?
lives right there.
Okay, does he have permission here to be watering flowers?
He may because they are friends.
Okay.
And they went out of town today, so
Right.
he may be watering their flowers.
Okay.
It'd be completely normal.
Okay,
And
is
that's
that's fine. If he would have said, "Hey, I got this," gave his identification because he's a suspicious person. He said that's not his vehicle; it's their vehicle.
Okay.
We have a call. Like,
Yeah.
we're here because we're called here. I don't know who called, but somebody did.
Why is he suspicious, but she is not? Why did they require ID from him, but did not require ID from her? Why is it that the pastor could not tell the cop his name? He said, "Pastor Jennings, that's my name." Why is it that the cop did not believe Pastor Jennings about his own identification, but believed it when a white woman that he did not know identified Pastor Jennings? Now, here's the thing. I'm going to read the entire 911 call. But before I do that, as you know, I had the exclusive interview with Pastor Jennings. Pastor Jennings said this when I posed the question about his neighbor, how he feels in reference to what she did. Here's what the pastor said.
Even I have anything, I don't hold anything against my neighbors. I still speak to them. Matter of fact, I've talked to her husband since the incident, and he was telling me how bad she feels about it. So I love that neighbor just as well as I love the one where I was watering the flower. We may not have to like them all the time, but we have to love them anyway.
Look at you, man. Pastor Jennings is a good brother. I would not have forgiven a damn thing, period. They will be party of the lawsuit, okay? They have sued the police department as well as the chief, I believe, in his official capacity. So now let's put up the picture of the neighbor who says she made a mistake. She did, in fact, corroborate Pastor Jennings. Police decided to arrest him, take him to jail anyway. She said she made a mistake. Let me read the receipts to you. This is the actual 911 transcript. Telecommunicator, that's the 911 operator. Let's go ahead and put it up. So the 911 operator says, "What's going on, Amanda?" Caller says, "Well, I just wanted somebody to come over here and check. My neighbors went out of town this morning to Gatlinburg, and there's a vehicle over there with people I don't think are supposed to be there." The operator says, "Which neighbor is it?" Amanda says, well, if you're looking at my house, it would be the neighbor to the left, got a white house with a blue roof. She come over here today and asked me, oh my gosh, my dog just stopped licking my face. Operator says, what kind of vehicle is over there? Amanda says, a gold SUV of some sort. I can't see because it's through the lattice work. Operator, Amanda, but they're an elderly couple, and it's, I know, I saw a younger black male over there. That's what I saw. Are you seeing this? This is the actual 911 transcript. Now she says she saw a young black person. That'll do it. That'll get the police out here. There's more. Operator says, okay, you saw a younger black male. Amanda says, they're an elderly white couple, huh? And I'm not saying they don't have, it just doesn't, I would just like for somebody to come check and make sure they're supposed to be here. Who in the hell are they, madam? Who in the hell is young? Now, Pastor Jennings may be young at heart, but let's be 100. He is not a young black male, as you are describing. Now, at one point, you said there's one black male, one young black male. Now you are saying they. There's more. Operator says, are they in the vehicle or are they out of the vehicle? Amanda says, they're outside the vehicle. They're outside the vehicle. She repeats it twice, 2 times. Operator says, where are they exactly? Amanda says, I can't see because there's a fence, but I heard them talking a minute ago out like in their back door, and I can't hear them talking anymore. So they might be in the house now. I don't know. Operator, are you able to get a tag on the vehicle? Amanda, no ma'am. I'm on the other side. Operator, it's okay. That's all right. And all you can tell it's a gold vehicle? Amanda says, yeah, it's a gold vehicle, an SUV type vehicle of some sort. Operator, how long has the vehicle been there? Do you know? Amanda, well, I come out, me and my mom were going to walk around a little bit like around the neighborhood. And when we walked out, I heard talking. Oh, I got to call 911 now. There are black people talking in my community. There's more. Operator says, okay, you never, Amanda interrupts, and I just never could see her. And I just never could see her. Operator, saw the vehicle there before? Amanda, not like that one or that on, Operator, do you want to speak to officers when they come out? Watch what Amanda says. It doesn't matter to me. Not really. I mean, I don't have to. 911 operator. Yeah, Amanda. I don't mind it. Operator. It's up to you. It's completely up to you. We've got someone that's got them dispatched already. You just stay in a safe location. Don't attempt to approach or investigate the vehicle. Just watch the vehicle for anybody that's returning or leaving, or if they leave, which way they go. If you get any additional information, just give us a call back immediately, okay? Now, before I continue, what crime has the 911 operator been able to identify? None. So why does she assume this person is unsafe? Amanda says, okay, thank you, operator. Bye-bye. Caller. All right, bye.
Oh man, I can't stand no more. I'm about to close it off here. Thank y'all for tuning in. I'll do a continuation on here tomorrow to sit back and Black Experience Enhanced. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms for Online Black News on YouTube and Facebook. Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. Sit back and Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Shane Clemens signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Money for the City. Peace.